Bro, that's just got a whistle in it. Yo, what up? Hey, it's me, your boy. What's going on, everybody? Hi. Welcome back. We're gonna talk about Candace Owens again, and Andrew Wilson, because they're... what a conversation. Admittedly, the first half, far better than I expected, right? Like, I expect Candy versus Andy, yeah, no, I expected... To be fair, my expectation was really fucking low. Like really, really low. Really low. And you know, it went past my expectations, which is something. That's something, right? Like that counts as something. I'm not entirely sure what it counts as, but it's something, right? I did put on a super chat goal today. My sister's I am house sitting, or oh, I guess I'm not house sitting, I'm cat sitting. I'm taking care of my sister's cat. Whatever. My sister's cat is here. His name is Smudge. He's currently, I believe, taking a snooze. But if we reach 10 super chats, I'll go get him. I'll go get him and bring him over. I put a cat treat in my pocket, so I'll make it worth his while. You know what I mean? I am not sure I'm sold on this angle at this point. I'm wondering if like the I don't like the way the light is going here. I'm not sure about that. I feel like I get goobers on my Yeah, there's a kitten. He is also a kitten, so he's also like chaos. He's very cute. He is very cute, I assure you. How low were my expectations? Incredibly low. Unbelievably low. Like you could not I didn't even know that we were gonna get any kind of actual conversation or talking points at all. That's how low my expectation was. Maybe I'm too high in my chair. Maybe, oh. Oh, it's one of those days. I don't know. I like this angle better because you can see my stuff, but I'm not sure. Maybe I should just turn my desk. What if I just turned my desk? Then I'd be facing this way. And then the door would be behind me, and I don't like that. I'm constantly futzing with things. Constantly. I will never beat the allegations of constantly futzing with things. I'm never satisfied. Never happy. Oh, my YouTube is buffering. Oh, no. Oh, why is that quality shit? Is that just on my internal? Is everything okay out there? Are you guys fine? I have my Twin Pool hat that we can wear. Or I have this one, the knitted hat. I prefer the knitted hat, quite frankly, but bonk. YouTube is dying. YouTube dying? Hold on. Let me find out. I can just check. I'm not stupid. I can do this myself. Oh yeah, it's sitting there loading. Black screen loading. Oh, good lord. Thanks, YouTube, you piece of trash. I don't know if have you guys noticed that YouTube is just slowly like... Oh, there we go, it's fine. Alright, it's just... Okay, it's alright. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Potato. Full potato mode. Valid. You know what, let's just pause that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need to see that. It's okay. Yeah, has YouTube notifications gone to shit? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, it was never that reliable to begin with. And then, like, I don't know. The quality assurance at YouTube seems to be, like, getting worse and worse. Yeah, shitification. Like, the connectivity for on the streamer end, like it's like dropping. I don't know if that's just me or if it's like YouTube is just because the tech bubble is bursting, YouTube is suffering the consequences of that. I don't know. Whatever will we do? I don't know. Who cares? It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. All right. Let's Yoshi go around the Super Mario Sunshine. Man, Super Mario Sunshine was great. Okay. When we last left our heroes, they were doing an ad read. But we got to the point where they had finished like the debate questions, right? So this is the second half of the video. the live stream where they have like some talking points and discussions that they want to have that are outside of that. So we're gonna jump past the ads. Jumping past the ads. Alright, that should be fine. Alright. Am I really getting this money? I know, right? I can't believe Candace Owens made $300,000. Unreal. Unbelievable. Oh, where's my money? I won the debate. It was me. I won. Oh, also I have this cute little plant to show you guys before we start. Hold on. You guys got to see this. Look at this. So, I took the plant that I had in Bulbasaur out because I think it was like a little bit too big and didn't have enough space to like grow its roots out. So I put it in something else, and then I put this thing in Bulbasaur. Look at it. So hopefully this thing will do a little bit better. We'll see how it goes. But he's like a tiny little squirt. Like a tiny little squirt. With a bee. There we go. We'll see how he does. Alright, let's go. Some parts of the tech bubble deserve to pop, other parts not so much. I agree. Yeah. I think that I would agree with that. That sounds right. Okay. Yeah. I agree. Okay. 10 super chats and I will go retrieve the void. Let's go.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
I turned the closed captioning on and it didn't go. Oh, defending his position of overwhelming evidence. Wait, we already did this. This is over. We already spent an hour and 30 minutes covering this. Like, he didn't, he doesn't, he don't, he do not. Why are we talking about this now? Oh, God. All right. Whatever, go.
Beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that...
Do you believe that that's true? Do you think that's what's going to happen? All right.
As long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said...
That is kind of what he's describing. That is the situation he's in. Maybe a little bit hyperbolic, or like maybe a little bit aggressive language on Candace's part, but that is what he's describing, is basically a deposition.
That I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word to use a word that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already...
Brother, my God. Fucking Christ, Andrew. You're so defensive. You're the one here to ask the questions. Why are you so defensive? I don't get it.
Already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me.
Could this moderator tell Andrew to shut the fuck up and let her finish whatever she wants to say? He constantly is interrupting. Just constantly.
You should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team,
This
but
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not...
I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept saying
with
I'm
the
Joe Rogan.
answer.
They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other.
Yeah, that's not a no or a yes. That's we don't know. That's not even. Why is he caught up on that?
The 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say
No.
that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
No. No, the answer is I don't know. It's inconclusive. Inconclusive is a valid answer. Remember last time we did this on Tuesday when he said a true or false is either a true or a false? The first question he asked is literally inconclusive. Why the fuck is McFreakface making me side with Candace Owens? I know! I think that's how all of us feel. The epitome of a manipulative sophist. Yeah, a lot of what Andrew says is sophistry. Yeah, but like if you have a yes or a no, right? That doesn't mean that if you ask a yes or no question, that does not mean the only answers can be yes or no. Now, the truth of the matter could be either true or false. But when you're asking people about their belief or what they think or how certain they are of something, because those are all different things, the answer doesn't have to be yes or no. It could be yes, no, I don't know, both yes and no. Like it or not, humans aren't the most logical creatures on the ever. And in fact, might posit that we're really not logical at all. Logic is like a secondary afterthought that we do to justify our emotional reactions and behaviors. And some things are emotional and some things are like what's the word I'm looking for? Instinctual. And so we use logic to then puzzle it backwards most of the time. Very rarely are you using logic first. In fact, I would say probably almost never. But humans, can hold contradicting positions. You can believe something is true and false at the same time because humans are capable of doing those kinds of things. Is it logical? Not necessarily, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. Like, it's not how that works at all.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is
You could say that for certainty, but she's not willing to, which is fine. That's a fair answer.
going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things.
He said that he wanted to, like, transcend and move into this other conversation, and now he's like, it's still a debate, though.
Things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the.
conversation
Let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the.
Do you want to be able to ask her a rapid fire number of questions? Or, and he did say, if it's a leading question, you shouldn't answer me. When did you stop kicking your dog, yes or no? Like, oh my god.
The Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by
As opposed to negative evidence? The fuck does he mean? I mean, I don't mean to say you can't have like an absence of something, then using that absence of something to draw a conclusion. I just don't know what he means when he says, what evidence do you have of this? Positive evidence. I don't know what he's referring to. So if any of you guys know what maybe I don't watch enough Andrew Wilson to know. But if you know, let me know. Cause
somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
well,
I
it
just
do-
want to
it
make
does-
sure I
Make sure of what?
got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that
To be fair, that was what they just said. The moderator just said the discussion was turning into this whether or not overwhelming evidence that he was ready to defend, and then he turned into, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. How the fuck does this series of questions? Let's pretend Candace did answer them yes or no, right? Which so far they're not yes or no questions. Not really. And so, like, I've done this type of thing before, right? I'm not unaware of this tactic. And this tactic can be used and is often used dishonestly, right? Often. It doesn't have to be dishonest. Just because somebody's doing it doesn't mean that they are being dishonest, but they need to actually be yes or no questions. And you have to accept graciously if somebody is not. Right? Like, if somebody doesn't answer yes or no. Particularly when you have a question that's a little bit more complicated. Right? If I ask Candace Owens, do you believe the earth is flat, yes or no? And then she goes on to a diatribe, then she's not answering the question. If she says, I don't know, or it's not conclusive what the shape of the earth is, that's my answer. Right? So the question then turns into, okay, so do you believe the earth is a globe, yes or no? And then she would say, either no, or it's inconclusive. She could not believe the earth is flat, but also still not believe the earth is a globe. Right? You see what I mean? That some questions that seem like they're yes or no aren't necessarily like, this is false dichotomy shit, right? But you can do this, and it's not a good debate tactic, but it is a good discussion tactic when you're trying to get to like the heart of something, or you're trying to pin somebody down, right? To be like, I need to know, like, we can't talk about this until I actually know what you're saying.
I get your
Yes,
position's clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context?
Look at her looking at the moderator. No, she right. He will not stop. He's like on a train. He's on a train, and he is like, I'm on this train. This is my talking point. This is my script. And Candace is like, I thought is this a debate? Is this a discussion? Or am I just here to get pulled along by the nose? Like, what are we doing?
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to, for an hour and a half, pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be...
If Andrew was patient, that would have been fine. Because she is finagling. He's like, I want evidence of not, I don't have this, therefore this. I want to know something about Israel that makes you think that this is the case.
an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved?
She just gave you her reasoning, right? And it might not be good, it might not be convincing, but she did give it to you, Andrew. This is the problem. I don't think Candace's reasoning is great, but you can't say she's not giving you anything. You have to at least engage with what she's saying instead of just pretending she didn't say anything. Saying Charlie Kirk was changing his mind on Israel. And then her saying, me being aware of the pressure on the government and the talking heads for the United States presidency are pressured to agree with Israel, and then everybody came out to say that Charlie Kirk wasn't changing his mind on Israel. Seems like a cover-up to me, and knowing how much pressure Israel is putting on sort of everybody involved makes me believe that Israel is involved somehow. It's a different claim to say Israel has involvement in American politics and right-wing punditry than it is to say that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, or even like Israel is involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk. So I think what she's saying is Israel was involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk directly, as opposed to Israel shot Charlie Kirk, which she's saying that's not what she's trying to say. Right? So if you don't agree with her or believe her reasoning and her evidence being the pressure that we know exists on the current American administration, Charlie Kirk being a talking head for the current administration, and the other talking heads of the current administration trying to lie and say Charlie was not changing his mind on Israel when he was, is leading her to believe that Israel was involved in his death. If what Andrew is asking for is hard evidence like, I don't know, a text message, this is just as equally good reasoning from Candace as Andrew's reasoning at the beginning when he said, I have these never before seen text messages where Charlie Kirk said he was afraid that the left was going to try to kill him. Is that evidence that the left tried to kill him? Because Andrew is presenting it as if it is. It's speculation on her part, right? Circumstantial at best, speculation. If you're looking for hard evidence, you're asking a different question. You're asking for, do you have a text message? Do you have an email? Do you have a smoking gun? Do you have a admittance? Do you have transcripts of something? Right? Like, do I agree with her reasoning? Not really. Do I think that the Israeli government has their hand up Donald Trump's asshole? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a conspiracy that Charlie's mic was a small bomb and it blew up and killed him. I've heard that one. I think that's interesting, but I don't know. I'm not I kind of also don't care. So I haven't followed it super closely. Because, like, if Andrew was actually engaging in the topic, he would turn around and say, okay, but is him considering changing his mind a little bit and only partially starting to talk about that motive enough for an entire foreign government to assassinate him? Right? And then Candace at that point should fire back and say, well, I'm not saying they directly assassinated him, I'm just saying they put pressure on the government, and then your own government assassinated him? Is that what we're getting at? Because, like, at least that would move the conversation forward. You know what I mean? It would at least we would get somewhere, as opposed to Andrew just being a dipshit. Candace's answer isn't great, but it's not an answer. If you want to ask something more specific, Andrew, then ask something more specific. And yeah, Feline's right. You can do a lot of small nudges and end up with the result being Charlie Kirk's death, hypothetically. Right? And Israel is in a position to do that. Candace's thoughts on this matter are not wholly out of pocket.
Killing Charlie Kirk.
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this a debate at this point. The format and the lack of structure, this is more of a discussion. Even the whole way through has been far more discussion based than actual debate and information presentation, which I think a lot of the debate me right-wing grifty podcast style stuff doesn't tend to do very well regardless, and never really has, because that's never what they've been about. It's about rhetoric, right? And whether or not your rhetoric is good. And that is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword in debate in general. This is why I run a debate channel. And I label the things that are discussions and the things that are debates. Things that are discussions are just people spitballing and coming from different angles about something, and they may agree about some things and disagree about other things, and they hash that out amongst themselves for the show. Or it's just an open forum discussion, whereas a debate, I have a 10-10-10 format, where at least that's the standard, unless there's some other reasoning as to why it needs to be extended to a 20 or a 10-20-10, or a 20-10-10, right? And so that's just the number of minutes people get. So you get 10 minutes to present your argument, 10 minutes to present your argument, 10-minute rebuttal, 10-minute rebuttal, and then 10 to 20 minutes doing a back and forth, asking each other questions, which I do still try to format where it's okay, you ask a question, you get to ask 2 or 3 follow-ups, and then you get to ask a question, and then 2 or 3 follow-ups, and then you get to ask a question, and then I take questions from the chat, right? So that's the way I like to do debate formats, because if I'm going to present a debate to people, I like there to be some structure to it. This is also the reason why there isn't a debate on Debate Hub every fucking day. Because if you want something that's quality, then you need to find the right thing. Then you need to find the right people who are willing to do it, right? And willing to have the discussion and have those things. And then they have to prepare their arguments. Because I would rather give you guys something that's actually something you can chew on, as opposed to just fucking whatever the fuck this is going nowhere fast. Hamster on a wheel, my friends. Hamster on a wheel. Anyway, back to what Candace is saying. I forget. What did she say? If somebody else, right? This idea of I think we should probe the narrative. That's the thing I picked up on here. We want to probe that narrative. This is not the way I would fucking phrase this statement from her. I think this is a bad way of fucking saying this. I think this is a bad way of saying this. If you want to come to, if you want an investigation, either a legal investigation or a scientific investigation, anything with that sort of methodology to it, which those two admittedly are different methodologies, but you want something substantive, and you want to get hard evidence, not soft evidence, or the absence of evidence doesn't equal the evidence of absence, right? if you want something, you don't go, we want to probe a narrative. We say, we have this piece of information and we want to understand more about this piece of information. If the piece of information is, there were a bunch of Israeli phones in the space, and we want to know who those phones belonged to. You don't say a narrative, because as soon as you call it a narrative, you're undermining the entire position. Because now the position is, okay, that's just like, you're exploring a story. You're exploring a vague game theory. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, don't put it that way, because like that just opens yourself up for problems. Secondly, if you want something investigative, then do something investigative. We want to probe that narrative is so fucking vague. Like, what does that mean? You're gonna, like, stick a dildo up Dr. Seuss's ass? Like, what are you talking about? No. What you're talking about is there were cell phone signals that were related to Israel at the time in the area, and we want to know more about that. Now you have to ask the question, is that legally allowed? Because there are privacy laws that you can't just violate. Just because your cell phone is coming from a specific place or you bought a specific product does not mean that the government and the FBI are just allowed to go through all your shit to be like, oh, are you this? Are you that? No, that's not how that works. So you actually have to have, like, viable shit. You know what I mean? You have to have something more substantive to go off of. So realistically, unfortunately for Candace, I guess, this is not the direction and this is not the way legal investigations take place. Just because you get an icky vibe off of a conclusion or an icky vibe off of some of the facts of the matter does not give you legal justification to get access to people's phones and locations and yada and data, right? That's not how that works. That's some surveillance state shit. That's some fucking 9/11 George W. Bush Jr. garbage. Right? It doesn't work like that. And yeah, it might not feel good. And yeah, it might fucking take the wind out of your sails. And yeah, it might not, like, be as much fun or give you as much closure. But sorry, that's not what the law is for. And I feel like this is something that people misunderstand. The law is about getting resolution, not about making you feel better. Like, that's not what it's for. It's not... Anyway...
But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
I think it is absolutely reasonable to suspect that Israel is involved and pulling some strings in the current United States administration. Do you guys agree with that statement? Like what I just said? Would you? One in the chat is yes, two in the chat if no. Yeah, the Israeli government is more involved with the current United States administration and the presidency than they should be is another question. One in the chat, two in chat, right? Or I guess 3 and 4. But whatever. Like, you guys get the point. You guys get the point. Like, there are reasonable things behind what Candace is saying. She's just jumping the gun, and Andrew's useless. Andrew is useless in this conversation. Why is Candace like 700 times more interesting than he is? Oh, because he's just an annoying contrarian. He's just being an annoying little shit. He's not helping anything.
Evidence.
I whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is
it.
on our show is
No, that's not what positive evidence means. You just change the definition of shit. Okay, if you want material evidence, then ask for material evidence. That's why it's called material evidence. Positive evidence and material evidence are not synonymous. Just because you're randomly choosing to make them synonymous just this time. Yeah, no, she doesn't have material evidence. Her material evidence is someone with the right access to that material evidence that could exist told me so. That's the fucking goddamn thing. That's what you're looking for. This is why she was the one who got paid $300,000. Fuck! Pay me $300,000 and I will go on a podcast like this with Andrew Wilson and tell him why he sucks at this. Come here, Andrew, you fucking suck. Poof.
we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB.
Yeah, the material evidence she has is people who knew Charlie Kirk, who knew his position was changing on Israel, are for some reason lying about him changing his position in Israel. Her other material fact is these people are part of the punditry surrounding the current United States government, and it is also a fact that the current United States government is in bed with Israel. Like, those are her three material pieces of evidence. Those are material evidence. Now, do you come to the conclusion that, therefore, because Charlie Kirk was changing his opinion, and Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA combined had a lot of amount of sway over, like, MAGA culture and the MAGA voter base, that his position, him changing his position, would affect the current administration's positioning with Israel, which is speculation if she has material facts to go along with that to say, well, when Charlie Kirk says this, people change their mind this way, or Turning Point USA starts pushing this narrative in the next couple of days, this thing will happen, right? You could substantiate that with material evidence. Then say that, well, therefore, Israel was concerned about Charlie Kirk, made their concerns known, which led to the administration Charlie Kirk. Right? You could fucking do that. Right? You could, there is a through line with material evidence. Conspiracy theories don't not have material evidence because they're conspiracy theories, Andrew. That's not how that works. There's evidence for the Earth being flat. It's not good, it's not convincing, it's wrong most of the time, but it's not evidence. You look around and it looks flat, is evidence. It's not good evidence, it's not convincing evidence. Just because you see something doesn't mean that's what it is, right? There's more to it than that, which is why we know that the Earth isn't flat, right? Just because two animals look the same doesn't mean they're genetically similar. For example, rabbits and hares that look similar, vastly different. Incredibly, like, spread away from each other for when, like, a connecting point between those two animals would be. Like, incredibly far away from each other. Just because you see something and you come to a conclusion based on you saw something, that's material. That's material evidence. You saw something, and now you're drawing a conclusion off the thing that you saw. Your conclusion can be wrong based on the material evidence you've gathered. Just because you have evidence of something doesn't mean your conclusion is correct. Fucking shit, dude! There's evidence. You want me to be... Oh, listen, I can do this all fucking day. You give me anything. Give me anything. There's evidence for unicorns. You want to know what the evidence for unicorns are? There's literature from a long time ago that was written where people talked about seeing unicorns. Is that good evidence? Should that convince you that unicorns did exist or currently exist? No! But it's still evidence. If somebody says they saw a unicorn, that's evidence for a unicorn. It doesn't mean that unicorns are real. Fucking duh. So somebody in the desert sees an oasis. Therefore, that oasis is real? No, but there's not necessarily. But there's still evidence. The fact that that person is purporting that they saw that thing is evidence. If you want to talk about material evidence, pings in the ocean, right? Like sometimes there are pings in the ocean, and they're incredibly huge, unbelievably huge, and we don't know what they are, and we never find anything about them. And we're like, oh, maybe it's maybe it's the megalodon, maybe it's a giant squid, maybe it's a change in water pressure or the salt content in the water. Maybe it's a unicorn, maybe it's a contingent of mermaids that pop in and out of fucking the water plane. Maybe it's Markiplier in a submarine. We don't fucking know. Like, the point is that you have material evidence. You have this ping that is giving you this signal. It's telling you there's something there. Maybe it's Nessie. Maybe it's the Canadian Nessie, whose name I forget, and it's a travesty because it's a great story. Yeah, right. There's something called like preponderance, right, or like a pattern of behavior as well, which Troy is bringing up, right? Why someone lying degrades their credibility to report things that they saw or did, which is illogical. Just because, like, and you're not wrong, but I'm saying it's Ogopogo. Thank you. Yes, Ogopogo. Messier. That's no Messier. That's you're thinking of the hockey player. um, the just because somebody lies consistently doesn't mean they're lying this time. That's why somebody purporting something can't be done like taken as it's on its own, especially not in court, especially not in a legal situation, right? Especially not in a legal situation. Right? Just because somebody lies all the time doesn't mean they're lying the next time. Not logically speaking. They could be telling the truth. You don't know. You need additional information. Right? But if you're talking about socially, and you're talking about like a friend who is a stupid piece of shit and they lie all the time and they come up to you and tell you, you might not believe them right away. And that's valid. That's totally fine. Is it logical? Not necessarily. Does that make it wrong? No. Does that mean that the reasonable thing to do is to say, all right, well, if you say so, what else you got? And you can give your friend that opportunity, right? Or not, or you could be like, I don't care. I don't know, I'm wasting my time with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just stupid. It's just stupid. Everyone's dumb. Yeah, exactly. You need more than just one thing. All right, let's go back.
Acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that
is the president posted this thing is the material evidence? Her saying that's suspicious to me is not unreasonable. Does it mean her conclusion follows? Maybe, maybe not. It depends. You need more to go off of. But Andrew trying to pretend that I'll give Andrew one thing. Her language is waffly. Like, her language is not good. Right? It's not a good way to describe or ascribe what she's trying to put out. And so when she says something that is material evidence and something that is not material evidence, like that's like her speculation about the material evidence, she is not doing a good job separating those two things out, and that might be intentional. Candace is a grifter, right? So that loose language is very much like her bread and butter, right? That's how she convinces people, because the language is super loose. So she'll say something that is a material fact and then add on to it a jump in to the conclusion that you've made this logical jump that you didn't bridge, right? But she weaves them together, and that's how she does it. Now, in this case, it's not doing her any good. It's not helping her. But if you had somebody more skilled or more capable than Andrew Wilson here, then they could get to the bottom of this pretty fast, pretty easy. Andrew is just would rather pretend that she didn't say anything that could be considered a material fact and or a material piece of evidence, where he's just like, oh, well, I want positive evidence. You mean you want material evidence? You suck at this too. Everyone sucks here.
Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Hey, fact checkers, don't do that. Don't do that. If they call for a fact check, then get it. Don't interject with shit.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, which is different than her saying she believed Israel killed him, which is what he asked. We know she said that. That she's not contending that she did. So I don't know what
You
their
said
problem
evidence
is.
that they killed him. I said
Yeah.
this is why
Play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
This moderator needs to shut the fuck up. She's not there. She's not saying she didn't. If they have the clip, they can play the clip. All right. Well, I'm gonna play fucking Charlie the Unicorn. Now what?
Yeah.
Because Andrew didn't call for the clip.
Via whom? My guess is
Guess.
Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
They also
Uh-huh.
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think
Thanks, Andrew's team, for confirming that Candace said exactly what she said, and Andrew trying to flip-flop that language over to say they were involved in killing him directly is not what she said at all. Is Andrew's team trying to undermine his fucking language flip? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that.
I would probably also, like, ask Candace when she says France being involved, does she mean the French government? And I would want to understand what she thinks the motivation of the French government is. If it's not the French government and it's like a contingent within France, right? Like, I don't know. I have some questions. Like, it's pretty ubiquitous to say the Israeli government because the Israeli government's a pretty clear fucking unit. You know what I mean? It's like one thing.
I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
Yeah, Andrew's foot is trying to leave the scene. Andrew's foot's embarrassed.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop?
Stop using the word positive evidence, you dumb fuck. Entity, yeah, that's a good word. God, Andrew, you stop. He's so embarrassing.
It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think. I've just
Andrew, stop making me agree with Candace Owens. No, I'm with her on this. He's being an annoying piece of shit, using waffle language to say something different than what he actually means because he's a dick.
tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or
yeah,
not
but,
Candace
like,
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think.
She keeps looking at the moderator, expecting this guy to fucking do something, and he's fucking useless. Who are you? You suck. Oh my god. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some more hot water. I don't know how long we've been live for. I should look. How long have we been live for? Oh, yeah, like, an hour. I'll be right back. Whee! Okay, I'm back. Smudge seems to have awoken from his nap. And so maybe he'll join us, but we'll find out. Alright. Oh, okay. Oh, I got so annoyed at Andrew that I went and got my pickle shirt. It's got pickle jars on the back. Andrew will never be able to handle it. It's more than he could deal with. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, my goodness. Alright. Oh, there's a streamer who does debate and is live right now. I was telling him about your debate channel. Oh, thanks! That's awesome. Can I send him your stream link? Yeah, absolutely. You can send them here, or you can send them to Debate Hub official. Troy for 5 says, it's not much, but I'm enjoying your channel. I'll stay tuned as much as I can. Yeah, with a salute. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming. Thanks for finding us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you. All right. I don't know where that cat ran off to, and it's slightly concerning. All right, it'll be fine. All right, let's go.
I think what I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue? Then what is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know. Whether
No, you're already late. You're confident that you're going to be late because you're already late, Andrew. That's not how that works at all. A better example would be, I think I'm going to be late to work because I checked the traffic and there's a 5-car pileup between me and my workplace. That would be more what you're talking about. You fuck nugget. Oh, guys, I'm 100% certain of this thing that is already the case. You have no predictive power in that regard. This is the problem between, there's a difference between certainty and belief. Candace is certain that Israel is involved, right? So, and she believes that they're involved, right? Those are two different questions she's answering with that statement. Right? Now, you don't have to agree with her, but he's asking, do you have material evidence? And the answer is yes, and I've already went through what is the material evidence and what is the speculative part. The speculative part is the thing that has drawn her to the conclusion. Right? And that's fine. Again, certainty is a subset of belief. There's certainty and then belief is underneath it. Sorry, there's belief and then certainty is underneath it. Blah, 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 blah. Let me get it backwards real quick. But yeah, that's how it works. If you say, I think I'm going to be late today, and somebody says, why do you think you're going to be late? And you say, I don't know, I'm just feel like I'm going to be late. Doesn't mean you won't be late. It doesn't mean you will be late. It means you just feel that way. And it's like, okay, do you have any material evidence that makes you, do you have any, again, material, not positive evidence. Do you have any material evidence? No. I just feel like I'm going to be late today. Okay. But here's the thing, depends on the situation. If I say, I think I'm going to be late to stream today, and somebody says, why? And I say, I'm feeling kind of slow today, so I think that's going to slow me down in doing whatever I need to do before stream, then it's a little bit self-fulfilling, but that would still be material evidence. My brain's being a little bit slow today. I'm feeling a little bit sluggish, so I think I'm going to be late today. Right? Or as, like I said before, you want material evidence. I think I'm going to be late today. Why? It's raining. And raining makes people drive not as good between me and my workplace. Does that mean for sure you're going to be late? No. Does that change your certainty level? Absolutely not. It could. Doesn't mean it is. We're watching Andrew embarrass himself in front of Candace Owens, who's also not doing the greatest job. I'm doing debate analysis, I guess, technically. If I wanted to be technical about it, welcome.
Whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking.
No, you're saying, why am I confident in the thing that is already true? You're already late. That's not predictive. That's you're talking about what is already the case and is already the case you know to be the case. It is now already a material fact that you're late. Because you set it up that way. Andrew, you suck at this.
If you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually,
All right, let's talk for a second. What's the difference between a claim and an opinion? And yeah, she walked him through it. I don't think she did the best job of walking him through it, but this was like a live discussion situation, not a presentation, right? I think she could have done a better job, but she still did it, and he's just not satisfied. He's just in denial at this point. Yeah, no, Andrew is actually getting dog walked by Candace Owens. But guys, chat. Can you tell me what you think the difference is between a claim and an opinion? Because those are different things. You can have an opinion about something without making a claim about it. You can have a belief about something and not be certain, not 100% certain. Claim, Andrew is bad about this. Opinion, Andrew is dumb. That's an assessment. Yeah. An opinion is a little bit closer to an assessment. Right? My opinion is blue. My opinion is blue is not as nice as red. Sure. Belief/opinion is I think this is true. A claim is you should think this is true. That's a good way to put it. You can have a falsifiable belief or an opinion that can be demonstrated to be false. Yes, they're not. There are parts that make up both of those things that are not mutually exclusive. Opinions don't need evidence. I think opinions, if you want to share your opinions and you want to convince other people, then your opinions need to have evidence. But that's about whether or not you want to be convincing and persuasive, right? Opinions are much broader. I agree. I think opinions are much broader. Right? But it might not always be as simple as it seems. And that's why people like Andrew get away with, I almost call him Andrew Tate. That's why people like Andrew play wishy-washy with these words. Right? Opinion, Cheshire's cute. Claim, Cheshire's short. Yeah. So that's another good example. My claim is a wavelength of red is longer than blue. Right, there you go. There you go. You guys get the point. Hi, Smudge. You guys want to see Smudge? I know we didn't reach the super chat goal, but I also don't care that much. Come here, Smudge. Come here. Ugh, this is the void. My sister's kitten is here. This is Smudge. Oh, goodbye, Smudge. You don't want a snack? Hey, Smudge. What's this? What do I got? Do I got snacks? Yeah, I do. You want a snacky? Come here. Ugh. Why did I sniff it? Hey. Smudge. Smudge. Dipshit. You want this? Yeah, you do. Come on. Come on. Come up. Come here. He's so mad. Come here. Yeah, come here. You gotta come up. You suck. Come here. Ah. I'll get him. Hold on. Come here, you Goomba. Ah. Here. There you go. There he is. Hi, Smudge. He's got a snack. You guys want to boop? Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Isn't he cute? He's a pretty cute cat. He is a kitten. But are they debating opinions? Yeah, that's a good point. Can you debate opinions? I think you can discuss opinions. You can debate claims. The claim being, if I wanted to make a claim, because I can have an opinion and a claim that are the same thing, right? If I'm of the opinion that I think Andrew is an idiot, I could then put together like an evidence package to say then I am also making the claim that he is in fact an idiot. It's not just my opinion anymore. I'm stating this as if it's a material fact. Which is possible. You can do that. So they're not like... But you have to be careful, because part of that is just like the way you present the information, right? Yeah, I'm just small. This is a normal-sized kitten. There you go. Clean that off. That's all you're getting. You got some on your chin. That's it. It's all gone. You got some on your face. Yeah, hi. That's all gone. That's all gone. Isn't he cute? Candace is dodging the evidence part when she has none. She has some material evidence, but if Candace was going to be clear about the material evidence, she would have to... What did you just do? Oh, you opened the... He opened the screenshot feature? What are you doing? Okay, bye. Candace is dodging the material evidence question a little bit because her material evidence on its own is not convincing, right? Because a lot of her stuff that is leading her to her conclusion or her belief or how certain she is about her belief is speculative, right? And that's fine, right? After Candace Owens owned Andrew, she opened like 6 olive jars with her bare hands. And like, it's telling on her part that she's being a little bit evasive about this. It's not like Candace doesn't know what Andrew means when he says positive evidence. If I were Candace, I would hold him to the standard of being like, yeah, you mean material evidence, right? But she does have material evidence. It's not strong material evidence, which is why she's being wishy-washy about it, and Andrew is enabling her to do that because he's bad at this. And so because he's bad at it, it makes him look embarrassed and her not look embarrassed when she should be embarrassed because her material evidence is not good, right? It's not gonna help her, right?
Would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think. I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just having...
And yes, you are, and also it doesn't mean she said that you could question her the same question over and over and over again because you didn't accept her answer.
Ask you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing
it. I'm asking specifically
why you think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this.
She did.
Why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that, like...
I think that if Candace has an opinion and she keeps her opinion to herself, then she does not need to provide any evidence or reasoning behind it. Right? That's like her own opinion. However, there's a difference between Candace having an opinion and Candace going on a show and convincing other people and presenting something that says something else. Right? Those are different things. So she can have one, if you want to have your cake and eat it too, yes, you're allowed to think, but when you have a platform and you're using that platform to be persuasive about whatever your opinion is. Now you're edging into making claims. Now you're edging into debate topics. Now you're edging into you need to provide a little bit more than that if you want to be persuasive. But Andrew is so fucking dog shit at this.
Like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France
material evidence. Stop saying positive evidence. You suck.
Involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why
she already said that. She explained this. She walked us through this. I even walked you through a way that she could have presented this that I think would have been more effective.
they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up Candace.
Right, she's not here to do her presentation. That's what her channel is for. Fine. I mean, I might not... If Andrew wasn't being the problem here, I might take a bit of an issue with this response. Right? To be like, okay, yeah, but we're here having a debate, so because this is a debate, you still need to present some of your evidence. But this is clearly not a situation where they've been set up to do a structured debate. So now they're shitting on the term what counts, and it doesn't count as a debate. What this is an informal discussion with an overarching debate topic. That's what it is.
Where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high-ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt this. So it's not a
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out.
Well, you're not doubting are you casting Andrew, or do you realize you're casting doubt? The way you're casting this doubt is on whether or not the person lied to Candace about who they were in the government, or are you putting doubt onto whether or not Candace is telling the truth about who she's been speaking to? Right? Be clear. Be clear about what you're saying.
They're making
is that a claim? Andrew, do you have positive evidence that Candace is lying? Do you just believe that Candace is lying and you think that she's lying? So are you making a claim or is it your opinion? Andrew, God, you suck at this.
Claim to the federal government, you can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me. I can ask you, well,
that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast.
Right, exactly. So what are you probing specifically, Andrew?
Sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If I'm
not trying to regulate anything, I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus.
Every clip that you guys have prepared, because I think with full confidence people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they want.
Whatever it is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well,
that's not what she said. She said she got told by somebody who is in a position to have that information. And she believes that person, or she's at least telling you that she believes that person. Is it possible that that person lied to her? Sure. Is it possible that she's lying about that? Also sure. But then ask that question, Andrew. She also gave other material evidence. You just didn't recognize it. She didn't present it clearly, but that doesn't mean she didn't present it. And if you want to pick on her for not presenting it clearly and saying, if Andrew was smart and good at this, what he would say is, all right, Candace, you answered my question, but can you clear up for me which parts of this are your material evidence and which part of it is your drawing conclusions or speculating based on that? Right? That would be fine. That would be a smart thing to do. That would probably be really successful and would probably make Andrew not look like an incompetent fucktard.
did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so
What is this? Why? What? Oh my god. Not being familiar with formal debate. Is it normal for a moderator to ask questions like this? Like this kind of question at this time in the way he's doing it, I would say no. I would say that's not normal. I have been the moderator of many a debate at this point. Generally, the moderator does not involve themselves unless they need to and lets it go the way it is. Now, there have been times that I've moderated debates where somebody has said something and I wrote down a question that I wanted to ask, and then I circled back to it later on during a Q&A portion, if there is a Q&A discussion portion. Or I have jumped in before where somebody is really struggling to say what they want to say, or things have gotten like really heated. So like between Candace and Andrew here, I, as the moderator, yesterday there were, I think, 3 times where I said I would have jumped in. This time I would have jumped in before this, and I would have said, Andrew, do you want to clarify your question? Like, do you want to change your question to something different? Because she did answer you. If you want different information, you might need to rephrase the question or change the question slightly. But if you just keep asking her the same thing over and over again, we're never going to get anywhere. Right? That's what I would be jumping in with at this point. Not this question. This question is bizarre. This question does not seem to go in line with basically anything outside of they just want to know who contacted Candace Owens, and fuck you, I guess. Like, I can understand wanting to know, but like, so she reported to the wrong authority. She should have reported to the FBI. Probably. That's probably true. That's probably the case. I think you're probably right. He got the answer, but he's either too stupid to recognize that he got the answer, he's too stupid to know how to actually address the answer that he got, or he's doing it on purpose. I think it's a mix. I think he's both too stupid that he doesn't know how to handle the answer he got, and he's doing it on purpose. He's just being contentious. Yeah, I would have stopped this line of question. I would have said, you either need to ask something new or like change your question, because clearly you're not getting the answer you want. So if that's not what you want to ask, then you need to change your question, or we need to move on because she did answer your question. That's what I would have said.
If that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility?
Except that Andrew's been trying to get her to leak her sources here, but okay.
Where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times.
Different
on my
question,
podcast.
dude.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different?
No, it's not about what's rational, what's reasonable. It's about what's legal. Whatever.
Individual, because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie.
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to? Even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys.
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
I mean, stupid people speculating about stupid shit. They might already know that the Legion were there, or they might already know that the Legion weren't there. This might have been already part of an investigation that already happened and is already closed or is ongoing, and they're not going to give you the information. They might already be in contact with the person who is in the source that was in contact with Candace, and they might even know that they contacted Candace because they could have told them. So they might have all this information already, or they don't have the information and they don't care. Like, there's plenty of reasons as to what this could possibly be, and it's completely irrelevant.
this is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying
No,
that
she didn't.
they
Andrew,
wanted
pay
to explore
attention.
every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign,
Right.
that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because
Like,
who would want to make
All right, so back to the question, is it normal for a moderator to just start having a discussion with one half of a debate? This is not normal. This is a highly irregular.
a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when
I probably agree with Candace. Like, I don't know how much Israel actually cared about Charlie Kirk specifically, but I can understand, or I can put together, or I would find it believable that the Israeli government put pressure on the current administration, which led that administration to being at least negligent in this scenario involving Charlie Kirk. I can like that's fine. Like, I don't even think that's a weird position to hold.
in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like, when people keep saying she has no evidence,
That's part of the trial, though, right? And that hasn't happened.
it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but not everywhere in the world cares as much about Charlie Kirk as you do. And that's not to say you shouldn't care about Charlie Kirk and the fact that your friend died and that you want to know what happened. Fair, valid, reasonable. I get that. That doesn't mean the rest of the world gives a flying fuck. So sorry, it's just not how that works.
the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people are
Slap.
like, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when
Yeah, no, what he just said was really fucking dumb. I don't even think it deserves a response. Do I need to explain how dumb what he said just was? Do I need to explain that? I think we all know, like, yeah, how would you know your sources would know her sources? Like, what are we doing? What is this source inception here? What an insane this is why you look like an idiot, Andrew. This is why you definitively lost. You are getting bitch slapped so hard.
when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not.
I just want to point out that YouTube, when she said her own name, highlighted it as Kansas really quick, so I am totally validated.
Vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm
Now
not
it said Canada. That's fine.
sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that actually...
That's not what she said. She said that she had sources, and then she said, and also these individuals think this as well. That's not everybody. It's like the police that were there at the time are not anonymous sources. What are you talking about?
Hang on. I'm almost done.
I'm not
How would that-
talking to PVD.
How
We're
would
not-
that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources? That even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy?
What? First off, that's not what she said. Second off, yeah, when you have corroborating evidence, Andrew, that's the thing that legitimizes the credibility of Candace reporting on what the sources said. If she says, my source said that on that day there was an eclipse, and then you do the math, and you find out that there should have been an eclipse on that day based on the mathematics, and then you also have photos of that area, and there's an eclipse happening, and people have recorded the eclipse, then it legitimizes the claim that the source told her that there was an eclipse on that day. Is the hamster inside of Andrew's head dead? Is it dead? Is Andrew still asking non-loaded, non-leading, good faith questions? Yeah, no, what do you mean? He's been doing that the whole time. Totally legitimate, guys. The skeleton of the hamster is degraded into ash. It's just nothing left. It's just calcium. It's just calcium on a wheel. Oh my god. I think the thing about this that is so insane to me right now is that there are legitimate good questions you could ask to Candace, and then I'm sorry, and like you could probably pick apart her position, and she might have a strong opinion of it, but the position itself isn't that necessarily that strong of a position. But there's a reason. Has Candace not gone on to other shows that would question her about this more thoroughly? Or does she just refuse to go on any of them? Like, I don't know the background. I don't know the context of that. But, like, He paid her $300,000 to fucking do this? Yeah, he's poisoning the well.
Why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well,
which makes it easier for her to slip shit in like that conclusion jump to therefore this, right? So some of what she's saying has been legitimized, which then gives the conspiracy, the theory part, more legitimacy, or makes it seem like it's more legitimate. I think the cat knocked something over. Right? So like, and that's how it works. Like I said, there's evidence for the flat earth. It doesn't mean it's good evidence or you should believe it, but when you compile that, you present that, and then you don't actually like, you want me to go see what Smudge did? Smudge knocked over a garbage can. An empty garbage can. No biggie.
I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Who watches the watchers?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions.
She answered you, dipshit.
So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not. Because
that's something that she's brought up multiple times. She's like, there are other people that should be asking me these questions and that I should be having a conversation with, and it's not you, Andrew. And she's proving herself correct. This is actually throwing so much shade at like Turning Point USA and the people that she's criticizing, because she's like, I'm here answering questions and I'm answering your fucking questions.
Because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that.
Got him. Oh, Smudge, what are you doing? Running around.
You think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of...
I'm going to make this easier. It's in their best interest. When people are losing trust and faith in the organization, then it makes sense that the spokesperson come forward and have fucking conversations and answer some of these questions. Done. The end. You're welcome.
Distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I
ground
think
zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing though,
you're not talking about PR. You're talking about honest being an honest interlocutor, and if you're trying to call her a hypocrite. Don't talk about yourself in third person. It doesn't work.
That I am.
Very few people can pull that off.
Ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to.
That's such a broad question. It's hard not to say yes. if you think that him being killed is part of a conspiracy, it's hard to not have the answer that, yes, I'm sure there's someone who had infiltrated by that point. Or, yes, I'm sure that there was some fucking random person that probably was involved. Like, that's such a broad question.
I get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
I would not necessarily say that because 80% of homicides are committed by somebody who knows the individual is not a good metric. And the reason that's not a good metric or a good it's a point, but I don't think it's as applicable, is because Charlie Kirk wasn't just anybody. Right? Charlie Kirk had a large following. Charlie Kirk still has a large following. Charlie Kirk is a big part of like a political movement, etc., etc., etc. So there are other factors that would sort of remove him from like the average bear, right? It's the same reason why I said some of Amber Heard's argumentation against Johnny Depp was absurd, because not everybody's fucking Amber Heard, you know what I mean? Not everybody's Charlie Kirk. So because he is not the average person using average statistics, not necessarily a good fucking point.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean,
no, not on its own. No individual thing shows a conspiracy, Andrew. But also, I would also agree that them giving the backpack or returning the backpack doesn't necessarily mean that they did anything wrong. They might have, by law, were required to give the backpack back because they had no right to have it in the first place, etc., etc., because the law has rules that you have to follow. So that doesn't mean you can, just because you think something is suspicious, you're allowed to seize shit from people. That's not how that works. You're not allowed to seize private property on a whim. That's not how the law works. So using that as a reason for your conspiracy is not good reasoning. But Andrew is so bad at fucking bringing any of this stuff forward. She doesn't know. She's suspicious and thinks that because the investigation wasn't thorough enough, or she believes that the investigation wasn't thorough enough, more question needs to be asked for her to definitively think that they didn't, that somebody wasn't involved. That's what she's saying. It's not complicated, and it does answer the question.
Shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
What? Turning Point USA made money? Andrew, did you know what you're talking about?
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind. Yeah, there's a video they want to play.
Oh my god, even the moderator doesn't want to listen to fucking Andrew anymore. Jesus Christ.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Right, but there is a difference between being complicit and being explicitly responsible for or a part of the direct killing of.
Also just asking,
and so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence, and then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Okay.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Yes, because Candace doesn't believe he did, or believes there's a good amount of reasoning to think that he's a patsy. And so if Candace believes that, and she thinks that Erica Kirk is smart enough to think along the same lines as she does, then yes, it makes sense that Candace would have that opinion. It's not even a weird thing to follow. They're not diametrically opposed, Andrew.
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those 2 words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
So she's saying that Erica Kirk is more confident than she thinks Erica Kirk should be in this situation about who the shooter was. And she expected Erica to have more information than the public did have because of reasons. And then when Candace talked to her, she didn't present anything. That's why. That's the reasoning. This is not weird. Like, do I think Candace is right? Probably not. But does it mean what she's saying is unreasonable in this clip? I don't know why Andrew needs to take her out of context like this. Or like presented it as if it's something it's not. Could you stop stepping on my keyboard, please? Cat stepping on keyboard? That could never possibly happen.
If it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off.
Well, Smudge bumped us way ahead.
If I've ever had a merchant account,
What?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR?
Where were we?
Do you have any?
I've never too retarded could release it. They could. I didn't demand that it be released to me.
Right
Hold
there.
on, I'm on my way back.
That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Boop.
Am I just like saying what I think and collecting evidence?
Yeah, but for that,
Like because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust. I would imagine zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there.
If I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually they've trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They said even if Erica Kirk did believe.
Up clips, like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because.
Yeah, this moderator is useless. You're correct. This moderator is like, may as well like get out of the way.
I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat
the moderator's a decoration. Yeah.
down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and
I'll give her props for that. Props for knowing what you say on your show is a little bit higher expectations than bees. Ugh. A little bit higher expectations for some YouTubers out there. So I'll give her that much. I swear to God, if you step on my power button on my computer, I'm not even gonna be mad about it. I'm just gonna be like, oh no. If the stream suddenly turns off, the cat did it. Victoria sent a super chat for 2. Did I buy tea yet? No.
her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand how would.
So 2 things to respond to what Candace is saying. 1, because generally when you're doing a court case and you want to convict somebody, you present your case confidently. Generally. 2, they haven't done the fucking discovery yet. So yeah, no, of course. I'm gonna just move this keyboard. There you go. Now you've got lots of space. Oh, that's so cute. Goodness. Adorable. Boop.
Any of this make her complicit in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
It wouldn't. I don't think you understand, Andrew. Candace is saying she doesn't believe that she actually thinks that.
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I
Yes.
don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's
No, she's saying that she's complicit as in she is assisting in setting up this narrative regardless of what she believes because she's being negligent in how flippant and brazen she puts her opinion out, which is something you could be equally as critical for Candace for doing, because that's what also Candace does. Now Andrew should be able to call her a hypocrite. But Andrew's bad at this.
That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
What do you mean? You've only played 3 30-second things, and you could provide the context before the clip. Andrew, you don't even know what clips are coming out right now. Your team is doing half the work for you. This is so embarrassing.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctor.
I would like to again remind you that we started off this section of the debate/discussion that he is supposed to be dealing with the overwhelming evidence part of his position.
Clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examine her actions backwards.
Andrew is doing one of two things. He's trying to catch her in saying something that is like different than what she said before, but it's not working because that's what Candace has got like what she said on fucking. He's not good at this. Yeah, he's sea lining. He's not good at what he's trying to pigeonhole her, and he's not trying to pigeonhole her on the correct things in the right way. Like, you could pigeonhole her into a position, but her position, you don't need to. At least not right now. Not with what he's trying to do.
Because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that, I'm sure.
I mean, she's been clear about what, at least in this situation, at least I'm able to comprehend. I'm able to understand and follow what Candace is saying. Guys out there, whether you like Candace Owens or not, can you at least follow what she's saying? Because every time these guys step in, they seem to have not even understood a single fucking thing she said. Like, clearly she is saying, I thought she had this information. She came to have this conversation with me, and then she told me she didn't have this information when I fucking so she's misled or lied or whatever. You can maybe be pedantic about whether or not Erica directly lied to Candace or not. Candace or not. And that's fine, you could be pedantic about it, but what she's trying to get across is that Erica presented this as if this, and that is not the case, and therefore she's been, like, Candace feels like she's been lied to one way or another. It's not hard to understand what fucking Candace is saying. Come here. Come on. You can just jump up. Come on. I've been slowly teaching him how to jump on people. Come here. Come on. He's thinking about it. No? Alright. Like, they'd have to listen to what she's saying. Like, I don't necessarily think she's correct, I don't necessarily think she's right, but, like, their line of questioning is absurd and makes no sense. There you are. You made it. Don't step on my keyboard. Thanks. Don't eat the keyboard, either. Thanks.
Meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I.
They were acquaintances because she was friends with her husband. This isn't complicated.
Hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the
Well, some people do. Not everybody does, but that's what Candace wants. Fine.
double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was
Double date?
engaged.
What the fuck? What the fuck? my guy, what are you doing? Why are you asking about their dating life? The fuck does this have to do with any? Why is this moderator here? Hold on, I need to throw something. I'm gonna throw bees at him. Hold on. Actually, I shouldn't throw bees. There's a cat here. The cat's gonna be all over those bees. Actually, you guys want me to give the cat a bee? Hey, Smudge. Hey, Smudge. What's this? Hey, look. What do I got? What's this? What's this? What's this? No, Smudge is into the microphone. All right, well, whatever.
George, quickly, we were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to interrupt,
I don't
go for it.
I actually don't
Why is Andrew even here at this point? Like, what is Andrew doing? Being useless? Yes. Boop.
I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Whoa.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women
Whoa.
are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what? And what
Well, I guess Candace got him. Wow. Oh, goodness. Well, I don't know how you could lose any harder. She just fucking bonked you, like beat you with a stick with your own argument, my guy. What the fuck? How did you fuck this up? Hold on, say that again.
that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatic?
That's not evidence. That's your opinion. You just having an opinion about something does not mean it's evidence, Andrew. You fucking dumb shit. Holy fuck. How could you admittedly lose an argument so badly to somebody by saying like I don't even know how to like fucking explain. I don't even know how to explain how fucking insanely the layer of stupid that just was. How do I hold on, I need to think for a second. How do you walk this through? You just spent 30 minutes of fucking Andrew's time has been what is your positive evidence, meaning material evidence, about X, Y, or Z. Candace presented that. She explained it. She didn't present it because that's not the type of discussion we're having. She explained it. And there is material evidence in there. She then fires back at him eventually to say, when you tweeted this about Erica, what's your evidence of that? And he says, that's just my opinion about all women. So it's not material evidence, it's not positive evidence, it's like just your opinion, man, and you're saying that to a woman who just dunked on you with your own argumentation of which she was successful at explaining. After you've done nothing but make yourself look like a complete idiot for the last 2 hours. Because we're fucking 2 hours and 10 minutes into this. I cannot, that's unbelievable. I cannot believe he lost the debate with this. Like, he was already not having a good showing, but at least Candace hadn't, like, She like got him on a couple of things, but this is devastating to him in this discussion. It might not be devastating to his podcast because this is the type of people he talks to. He's a stupid piece of shit. But like, yeah, no, you, right? That is the dumbest answer he could have possibly given. Like, that is insanely stupid. That is the dumbest answer he could have given. Like, I wouldn't have come up with that if you asked me to write down what the dumbest answer could have possibly been to her question. To be absolutely hypocritical, to undermine your entire point for the last near, like, half an hour worth of discussion, and then, like, to undermine your own point and make yourself look like the most stupid person by saying, like, the literal thing you should not have said. Like, I don't even care that that's his opinion. I think we knew that's his opinion, but holy shit. Oh my god.
Dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters, because you were pretty hostile about...
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being
That's not what tongue-in-cheek means. Oh, no.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance...
What?
You got supporters, I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin.
What argument?
He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you...
So he just doesn't know. He just doesn't... Thank you. He just doesn't know what tongue-in-cheek means, and he's just using it as an excuse for being an asshole. He thinks, like, what? $300,000 well spent. Fucking wow. Every time I remember, hashtag not all men, but hashtag all women apparently. Good. Got him.
You had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management.
Andrew, do you think your own wife is retarded? If you do, why do you let her write books and debate? Just curious. Seems like a... Or is that... I mean, I'm just being tongue-in-cheek, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan...
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do, on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't...
He wasn't literally sitting down, guys. Therefore, it doesn't count. Oh my god. How stupid could you be?
Sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit-down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the...
You mean calling that... You don't think that saying she's too retarded to kill her own husband isn't demonizing her? Or isn't being aggressive towards her? Are you serious? Is this dude insane? Andrew, they should get a refund. You're bad at a debate. No, listen, Andrew didn't get paid money. Andrew paid Candace $300,000 to get his ass beat. Holy shit.
Murder of people's deaths that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I just
and don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to
Candace was their friend once upon a time.
release it to a guy that called Erica too.
Yeah, all this is all. Yeah, no, I'm with Feline on this. All this is saying is that TP USA isn't confident that they can deal with Candace Owens, and so some useful idiot showed up saying that they were going to do the work for them, and they were like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." I'm no fan of Candace, but I find it funny a black woman is giving him such a verbal beating. I'm with you, Foster. I'm on the same page. I'm not a fan of Candace. I don't agree with her. I think her argumentation is bad, but Andrew Wilson is so bad at this that he has not successfully, debunked or addressed a single one of her points so far. In fact, for the first half of this discussion, he agreed with and was willing to grant all of her points.
retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't-
you.
Yeah, no, I agree. Me and Feline are on the same page, and we both agree with Candace Owens. Yeah, you're a useful idiot, Andrew, and you're not even being a successful useful idiot.
They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
I don't.
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions,
you have any
I've never
evidence of that claim?
demanded. It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion.
Stop interrupting, Andrew. Let her finish the fucking sentence. Then you can start asking about what she said. Maybe you need a notebook. If you have to interrupt every single thing every single time because you can't remember by the time she's finished what she's saying, what she needed to say, then get a notebook and write it the fuck down.
That she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think?
that?
Do you think that if you
No.
know
on
that-
terrible PR?
you know that there's a huge
No,
debate.
good point. Good fucking point. You fucking messaged them about these text messages that nobody's seen and they just happened to decide to give it to you knowing that you were going to use it to show up to surprise me with it as if it's going to change my opinion and throw Candace off. That is 100. She is 100% correct about this. She has fucking nailed this and Andrew's got nothing.
debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year. And one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to
Don't
this.
eat that.
So if you
Don't
got
eat the
pertinent
angry
evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey,
Andrew, your excuse and reasoning is making her point.
I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are.
Just
No,
concede that point.
what have you
Obviously, that's
done?
absurd
I
to
don't-
say.
I'm not
I know
sure-
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You can
is,
get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is,
Oh, I'm in full screen. There we go. What? We got hyper zoomed in here. Hold on. Wait. Did we fucking there we go. I fixed it. Oh, this got zoomed in. Oh, that's okay.
again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the
No, shut up. Oh, wait. He's back to talking about logic again. I had the exact same immediate response to him talking about logic. No, shut up. Don't. All right, I'm going to take a quick break now that Smudge has messed up where we are. So I'm going to take a quick break. We have been live for a while, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, Smudge is attempting to set us free from this absolute nonsense. You're right. Okay, be right back. And we're back. It is Smudge's time for food. So Smudge has his food. All right. All right, you guys ready? We're getting through this. We're getting through this.
her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
I'm
not even literally what I was asking. I'm both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out, and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing.
Which is not what Candace said. At least not what Candace is claiming she said. You might have inferred it, but that wasn't what she said.
To release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I
don't have the best.
Or maybe perhaps they knew you were going against somebody who was either calling them out or having issue with them, and so they were willing to give you information as if that isn't diabolical, if you're going to throw that kind of word around, which I think is a little bit rhetorical.
I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Yeah, good point, Feline. Do we have any verification that the emails or text messages that Andrew said in the first place are even from Charlie Kirk or from anybody, and he didn't just make those up or just read a script off of his phone? Do we have verification on that?
If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace
That just happens to be against the person that they dislike.
also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look.
What is the...
It was actually amazing.
If you got something pertinent that I can use as a gotcha towards my opponent that you're having issue with, that would be awfully convenient, wouldn't it?
Amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do.
Then why don't you act in good faith towards Kansas if you want good faith answers?
You talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first of
I want to
all,
interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about
Have you ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But
critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like.
You always take the ethics position? No, you fucking don't. You just said you think all women are retarded, and you think that's logical and ethical? That LOL no.
Like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the.
This dude's a joke. But yeah, he's absolutely like a broski podcast. Yeah.
Girl boss positions, like, you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
Especially if he wants to go with ethics, right? And especially if he wants to go with basically being an anti-feminist, right? Her going to work instead of staying at home with the kids. In fact, if he's like such an anti-feminist, why is he calling out a pregnant woman to come and debate him and come to work?
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
Then why do you think if you think women are retarded, why do you think she would be the best at protecting his legacy, Andrew? You wouldn't. You wouldn't think she's the best person to do that.
His children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling.
She didn't say that. He said that.
Oh, black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the
there's always objective outliers. Is he delusional? He is delusional. He's delusional. Andrew is so lost in the sauce right now. Holy moly. All he's doing is proving her point.
That proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do.
So he's pro-genocide. I mean, no surprise there. But then, yeah, you're proving her point more by saying something like that, because she's the one saying that it's Israel's involvement, and Charlie changing his mind about Israel is a part of all of this situation. And now you're here trying to embarrass her, doing a bad job, working in tandem with Turning Point USA to do so, and then saying you're a pro-Zionist. Like, could you prove her point any harder? Like, if you were trying.
If you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the...
Andrew should 100% agree with Candace on this. He should agree. Based on his positions, he should agree that Erica is underqualified. So that's why she's asking, then why are you on her side about this? Why are you supporting her and cheering her on when you should be agreeing that she is underqualified, whether or not their reasoning is the same?
More emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand.
That is a public criticism of parenting capability. You may or may not agree. Different people handle grief differently. Maybe Erica didn't actually even care about him that much. Maybe she doesn't care about her kids. I don't know. That's what we're here to talk about. I still think you have to do a little bit of work if you want to state that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, because there's a difference between somebody being killed and somebody being assassinated, and I think that has an extra thing. Right. He should agree because his view is she is a woman. Correct. Yes.
And that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering.
She's already explained that multiple times. You not understanding it is your own failure. And, maybe you should be able to, since you're the big brain man, dipshit.
the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
your
like
team
you got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
This is the moderator should absolutely be stepping in here and being like, move on, Andrew.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the
Stop enabling this, you shit moderator.
Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
Ugh.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined.
Can I point out that it takes balls, and it's actually pretty impressive that Candace is willing to do this, to go to somebody who is so contentious, so much like of a bastard about the way he talks and deals with people, and women in particular, and she's just willing to sit there and let him try to poke holes in the things that she says and present her with clips and then try to pigeonhole her into shit. And she's doing a good job. Like, she's got this. She got this on lock, man.
Everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what. Then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, 'cause you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like, you're just like it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but if you...
But you are
that's-
not asking, Andrew. Your team brought this clip up as if, why? Why did they bring this clip up? And what is it related to? Like, why are we even talking about this?
Obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
what's
sure.
this? What's this? You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam.
I also think the explosion theory in the microphone is interesting. That doesn't mean she believes it's true.
Since we released the second set of
Which is what you'll notice Andrew keeps trying to pigeonhole her into.
the photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out.
I mean, if I wanted to be a pedantic dick like Andrew's been being this entire time, I would say there has to be an explosion. A gun was fired. That's what a gun firing is, Andrew. Aren't you somebody who works with guns and is taught with guns? Shouldn't you know that?
That kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say
All this makes me think is that Andrew doesn't know what an explosion is or counts as or could be. He's got very little imagination, I guess.
it looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
As well as, like, there's, Feline is right, sound echoes and moves around, so... And also, if the explosion happened under his shirt, you're not necessarily going to see the spark or the fire, which is, I think, what Andrew is saying, that he's like, I didn't see that, because he's dumb enough to think that that's the only thing that could constitute an explosion, because Andrew is not qualified.
So I'm going to take that, and also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile.
Before you answer this or say this, Andrew, what's your qualifications to explain this? Because I feel like this is about to be an absolutely not. I feel like this is, what do you know about physics, Andrew?
Shot. You can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
Yes, Charlie Kirk's body, X number of ways away, is the equivalent of an empty box of ammunition right beside you. Fucking what? Why? Why? Yeah, that's because of the muzzle of the air inside of the rifle. Yeah, that's not because of the bullet hitting. Fucking Christ. You would think a medical examiner would be able to tell the difference between an explosion and a gun wound, like a bullet shot? Probably, you would think so. Qualification, his wife thought he was a sniper for over a decade.
question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward.
Yeah, just to be clear, what Andrew said just undermined any credibility that he had about anything he said before about guns.
The side, I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And she's right about that.
Well, because he's
Why is this expert in this field with way more experience than you able to say something or have an opinion that she puts more value in than your dumb fuck opinion, which is actually crazy?
Shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the
Everything you just said, everybody disagrees with.
case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I
sorry.
not BSing,
No, she's right. He's bullshitting. He's throwing spaghetti at the wall and see what's going to fucking stick. Yeah, physics is telling you no, Andrew. Yes, when something moves through the air air moves around the thing. Yes, we all agree. That's aerodynamics. Yes, we understand aerodynamics happens. You want to know why the air doesn't, like, ripple out a shitload when something like a bullet is moving super fast? Aerodynamics. The way the bullet is designed to cut through the air. Why don't bullets travel through water equally as effectively as they do through air? I bet this guy couldn't define energy. Yes, you're probably right.
I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
What does not mean it's enough air to move a shirt. It doesn't mean now Andrew is the one making the jump in logic. Because air has to travel past a bullet, therefore it has enough force to move X, Y, or Z thing in the way he says that it should.
Maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
I don't know if you noticed, but he backpedaled into that bit about physics.
Bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
But bullets this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost.
So the question is do you think Candace's... If you think that Candace's opinion based on a different individual who is a Marine's opinion is more valuable than Andrew Wilson's opinion about the footage, where Candace is not an expert in video analysis, Andrew isn't an expert about video analysis, Candace is not somebody who spends a lot of time with guns based off of this, Andrew is somebody who has spent some time with guns, Candace is pulled in on somebody who is an expert with guns and an expert at killing people. Andrew has never shot anybody. Like, whose opinion is worth more? Candace is saying the Marine's opinion is worth more than Andrew Wilson's opinion. And I think I would agree with Candace on that. If a Marine is going to tell me about what to expect when somebody gets shot, I would be more likely to think that they have more to say about the situation, and their opinion is more valuable than fucking Andrew's is. Now, whether or not the person that Candace got is a good enough or reliable in that aspect, that's a different question. But that's not the conversation we're having.
Almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
What did I tell you about Andrew not knowing what an explosion is or constitutes? I told you! I called it. Drink for prediction.
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route.
So Candace is like, fuck you. If you want to talk to me about what I said and what I think, talk to me about that. If you want to talk to somebody who's an expert on this, then go talk to them.
I would send you on.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's 2 clips your team wants to show. One of them is the
Which seems reasonable.
Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
We're off the rails.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able.
Is that guy from like northern, like one of the northern states? Because there's like a little, like some of his accent there is like a little interesting.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can.
So what? Why should we listen to you over the SEAL Team 6 operator? So what? That's just like your opinion, man. And why are you allowed to have an opinion, but Candace isn't? This is the crux of this fucking debate, quote unquote, is that Andrew's allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants, in whatever way he wants, however he wants, with or without evidence, with or without opinion, with or without facts of the matter, and Candace isn't. That's the crux of this whole discussion.
only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time,
So you do see a shirt moving. You just said we don't see a shirt moving. Unless we slow it way down, then we see a shirt moving. So you do see a shirt moving. You fucking idiot. What? God, this man is in no position to call anybody else retarded. All right? Especially not 50% of the fucking population.
I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time.
Why are you making an assumption? An assumption based off the thing that didn't move that did move?
I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation.
Have you ever been in close quarters combat? If you've never been in close quarters combat, what the fuck are you even basing your assumption off of? Your zero knowledge and experience? What the fuck are you talking about?
And I shot them. Would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down.
Except when you slow it down and see the shirt move.
The disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
You think an explosion isn't fast? So the bullet is faster than the explosion would be? Comparatively, for the amount of movement a shirt's gonna have? So Candace just slapped him again. I don't know if you noticed. I should have put a slap counter up here. Holy shit.
That's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosion.
And clearly it's not what Andrew saw either.
So I'm just saying to you,
when you,
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last.
Thank you. Yes, opinions are not facts. Unless the question is about whether or not somebody holds an opinion, and then it can be a fact.
Segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right,
All right, you guys.
jump ahead, and I'm going to take that stretch. Boop.
.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like.
Oh, you have 2 more clips to play? Andrew, I thought you said earlier that you weren't the one that collected the clips and didn't know about the clips. Now you did, and you have 2 clips to play? Oh.
We got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So
Did you?
The 2 other clips.
Did you?
I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like,
He claims that he prepared for this. He prepared for this by reaching out to Turning Point USA and being like, yo, you got any dirt that I can throw that will throw Candace off of this debate?
if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you're...
Oh, you mean she made a mistake, double-checked it, and then adjusted her position to match with what was actually the case? Okay.
You want to play
no,
the
this
clip
is
to...
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already,
the case.
I've already,
You're going to
Andrew, you are a mistake.
make mistakes in the case.
yeah.
This debate was a mistake. That cost you $300,000. You know what? I'm glad for Candace. I'm happy for Candace. I'm happy that Candace sat through this fucking shit show over this idiot man as being a stupid idiot, and then fucking she made $300,000 doing it. Good for her.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Okay, so what? So what if she was adamant about something she misremembered or misheard and then later corrected herself? Why does it matter? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got...
She said it so many times just in this video that we could have made a drinking game out of it.
Very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded
All
that.
right.
Sure.
So
That's fine.
Yeah.
And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure.
So are we
This is
playing
like the
both
Erica
of them?
Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do
goes-
it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, let's have a discussion between Erica and Candace in which Erica refuses to show up and tries to speak through Andrew Wilson. Imagine using Andrew as your guy that's gonna go white knight for you. Because that seems to be what's happening here. Andrew has come here to confront Candace Owens on behalf of Turning Point USA and to white knight for Erica. That's some simp-ass behavior, Andrew. And you paid Candace $300,000 to do it. Holy shit, Andrew, where did that money come from? Did that come out of your pocket? Where did this $300,000 even come from, dude? What did this moderator get paid to do here and jerk off in the corner for? He's fucking in the cuck chair.
Made
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For
Oh, hey, they did that thing again where they started her in the middle of a sentence.
questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming
Or $300,000 on a debate.
increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
What was the point of this clip? I thought you were gonna say something that she said about the gun and the fingerprints. The fuck was any of that? How is this relevant to anything? What? Fucking what? Huh?
Straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why do
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips.
But the next clip was supposed to be about. Whoa, that was supposed to be the clip about Erica? Oh, sorry. I was so out of pocket that I had no fucking clue what it was fucking supposed to be.
That you're pulling
Yeah.
her from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless
can,
you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they
No, it's not. That's not a strange thing to say at all. That's an incredibly normal thing to say. That's not unusual.
have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
I think you're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if
She's
you're-
right.
No, it's not junk. If
It is
the
junk.
Query
It's junk. She's saying Erica needs to be brought in for questioning. And then he's saying, well, what if she already was? Candace is like, okay, great, then they should probably make that clear that that's happened. Now they don't necessarily need to, or maybe they necessarily shouldn't do that, and that's fine. But her saying she should be brought in for questioning doesn't even inherently entail that she hasn't been. Right? Because it's information that Candace may or may not have. This is like stuff like that gets said on like the news and in commentary all the time. This is not unusual behavior. Nothing Candace is saying here is that weird.
is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning?
Yeah, that would be a better thing, but that's not what she said.
But you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not.
She needs to be sat down for questioning is different than saying she's not being sat down for questioning and she should be. Those are different things. Those are different statements. One of them is implying that she has been, or one of them is implying that she hasn't done questioning, and the other one isn't saying that she has or has not, but she needs to be.
What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos.
What's the difference between an innuendo and an inference, Andrew? Chat, what's the difference between an innuendo and an inference? Andrew keeps using words that he thinks are synonymous and interchangeable that in fact are not. Guys, do you think that that Andrew knows the difference between being chaste and like chastity and what's the other one? What is it? Chastity and I always fuck this up. Shit, what is it? Well, I guess you could use precise and accurate. Celibacy, a vow of celibacy. Do you think he knows the difference between celibacy and chastity? Innuendo is making a reference, and an inference is taking an interpretation. There you go. Knowing that words are different.
That this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
What? You have to know that something is wrong to question something? then how do you ever find out that anything is wrong in the first place if you're not allowed to question before you know? You have to... You... Andrew, how does somebody gain knowledge? Andrew, how does somebody gain knowledge? Why are you questioning Candace at all if you have no knowledge about her opinion? Or her position? Andrew. Please. I swear to God. If Candace is unsure about something, how is she supposed to gain knowledge? Or if she doesn't have access to knowledge that she wants, how does she get it? Is it by asking for it? Do not shit on Sesame Street like that. Sesame Street is way smarter than this. Andrew thinks knowledge is known already at all times. I guess. So why question anything ever? Oh my god. So here's oh no, I can't even. There's a philosophy behind this, and it's like a philosophy behind knowledge about whether or not you know something. So you can't, like, it's whatever. It fucking doesn't matter. This guy's an idiot. I'm not even gonna bother. There's a whole subsection of philosophy that is just about knowledge and what it means to have knowledge or not have knowledge, and how could you ever know that you have knowledge of something, or can you even possibly ever have complete knowledge because you can't know what you don't know. I guess science is fake news, right? The science, the thing that asks questions. I can't with this. I can't. Is Andrew a pre-supper? Yeah, I guess. What did he say earlier it was? A Christian ethicist? Yeah.
My opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Well, to my knowledge.
So if she has been, they can just say she's been in questioning or is being questioned or we're planning on questioning her. Or they could say nothing and her question is still valid. The thing is her question is valid, his assumption is not. And that's the difference. She's asking a question and saying this should happen, which is questioning the scenario, versus what he's doing, which is assuming a best case or a bias in Erica Kirk's favor assumption. That's the main difference.
Because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica.
I would agree with that.
The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert.
You can't just pull anybody, like legally, you can't just pull anybody willy-nilly in for questioning, right? Like you have to have reasons, justifiable reasons to do that. You can't just pull any rando off the street for questioning. Now, do you think there's legal grounds to question Erica Kirk? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Or maybe you don't know whether or not there's legal grounds, but you think there's reasonable doubt around this case in totality that you think that would be a reasonable thing to do. Because something could be reasonable but not legal, right? The laws of logic are divine. Well, that'd be great if he understood. And which laws of logic? Which kind of logic? There's more than one school of logic.
How professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to repair.
Please don't cut me off.
He's trying to get ahead of her and getting defensive because she's fucking crucifying him.
claims,
we did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just.
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange,
What do you mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and
I don't really feel like that's what happened, but okay.
a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do
And in fact, the majority of the first chunk that we watched was Andrew questioning Candace, not the other way around.
think that you fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the hang on.
I also think he fell short of that.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about?
She is literally not making stuff up. She is doing a post-debate analysis at 2 hours and 40 minutes out of a 3-hour video, in which case she's just describing her opinion about the way people are going to perceive this debate, and she is correct. What is this moderator doing? Drooling? What is your job?
Erica, I feel
I
like
think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
But you didn't address it. You said, well, that's just what I think about all women, which isn't addressing the claim. She asked you for evidence, and you didn't give it. You gave a broader opinion. Or added a broader claim, which is now an even more outrageous claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested.
She didn't criticize the claim. She asked you what your evidence was for it. That's not criticism. I've been critical of the claim.
And
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to
whole
play
The
from
one
thing.
7
more,
days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
Oh, so she was just right. This is absurd. Yes. Yes, Candace. This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just
It really does seem to be, this is one-sided. Andrew is just grilling Candace. That's what this seems like. But, like, he's doing such a poor job that she's just absolutely obliterating him.
Okay.
we're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You literally interrupt her every time she is responding, including that time.
been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way.
Andrew Kirk. Fucking Christ. Andrew Wilson has kind of come out in blackface after this for how fucking burnt he is. So toasted.
I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with
He is definitively wearing an earpiece. We were watching out for that before. He is definitively wearing an earpiece. But he just realized he admitted that his every time is interrupting her and she's not allowed to ask any questions. Okay, that's a weird thing to concede.
her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
That's so embarrassing for him. Holy moly. Also, this is embarrassing for this moderator too, but it's such like a secondary thing.
You guys have it in the back?
Why is Andrew deciding whether or not Candace gets to ask a question and it's not the moderator making that decision? If the moderator's like, well, hold on, let's watch the clip first, that would make sense. Not, can I ask a question while we're waiting? The moderator saying yes, and then Andrew saying no. Like, what the fuck? Why are we even here? What are we doing? I thought this was a debate and a discussion. How come this is so one-sided?
Okay, beautiful.
Oh, this is the first time I've seen this guy. I don't know anything about him. The point is, Candace gets to get $300,000. I mean, I'd take $300,000 to sit on a stream and let Andrew talk at me for fucking 3 hours. I'd put up with that. I'd be like, all right, yeah, go for it. I'm gonna eat this Klondike bar. I'm gonna get some snacks. Yeah, go ahead, talk. Go ahead. This moderator would be better if he did nothing.
You
Your
need
team,
the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay.
That's what
Come
you
on,
heard?
guys.
That's what you heard, Andrew? You've got people talking in your ear telling you about these clips? Interesting.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
Did they just fucking did this crime, quote unquote? Did you just start her there?
Come on,
Are you
guys.
serious?
did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has
Yeah, she's got a thing in her ear. I guess that's for listening to this.
his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Oh, look, it's the DNA on the rifle thing that they said they were going to skip past.
I've seen this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually
If I was Candace here, I wouldn't even say this part. I said, okay, so what's your point?
here trying to engage, because even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said
Right,
5
we know
other
this.
profiles were on it and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the.
What a bitch! Hashtag bitch made in the chat, please. Hashtag bitch made. Fuck you, Andrew. Look at how smug he thinks he is. What a fucking loser.
You're going to read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Bro, what a good faith guy. He's just there.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I
I'm here to skim your viewers.
ask why?
Well, because
question.
I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
So you're grifting to make money. And you don't care about the truth. I would like to remind you that this is Andrew Wilson talking about evidence and text messages of Candace's dead friend who was killed. I just contextually, just to be clear, Andrew Wilson is telling this to someone that he has text messages of this person's friend who has been killed, of which is being discussed. That's who he's talking to here. Who also happens to be a 7-month pregnant woman. Could you make yourself that he's on her show where he brought it up and read it out and then is refusing to share it? How are we supposed to verify? How come your source is valid and hers isn't? Could you be any more of just an actual piece of shit? I'm just curious. Could you make yourself look worse? That's disgusting. That's actually, like, disgusting behavior. This is actually gross. Like, I've made it to 2 hours and 40-ish minutes. And, like, the first chunk of this, I was like, you know what, this is definitely better than I thought it was going to be, but my bar is really low. I have made it to 2 hours and 40 minutes, and that's the most disgusting thing I've heard this entire time. I think this is the most disgusting behavior I've seen in a while. That's fucking gross, dude. And I was just watching Vic Mignogna.
Right.
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't come off well. She's right, man. He doesn't have the riz for it. He doesn't have the right riz. It's because it's hateful, Candace. It's because he's being hateful. And that's the thing with comedy. If you want to be funny and you want to be charismatic, you can't be hateful. Because then it's real and it's visceral. You can say hateful things in a joking manner and have it be funny. But as soon as it's hateful, as soon as you're the one who's hateful, then you're saying the joke or doing the snark, it doesn't work.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I
Then you shouldn't have brought it.
also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Or all of them.
I think is that
No, the not specific charge, Andrew. Stalling.
Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges.
The charges.
He's being charged.
Yeah,
He doesn't know.
we list them real quick. I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of
He
the
doesn't
charges
know
that
them.
he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name
He
one?
doesn't
Because
know.
my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like
No, not even enough. It's that you don't care and don't know what you're talking about. Fucking got him. Holy shit.
if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming
Mm-hmm.
that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context.
Yeah,
put
yeah.
me
It's not a gotcha. It's not, you got it, but it wasn't a gotcha question. It's only a gotcha because you are an asshole. And you don't know what you're talking about. Wow.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
No, you're trying to answer, so you can't answer the question. And so you're trying to turn it around on her, so that way she's gonna list them out for you, so that way he can then pick one and see, haha, I knew the whole time. I hope she lists one that's not real, and he picks that one.
And you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even.
Okay, great. Wow.
This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can't.
Here's the thing, even if she can or cannot, this is whataboutism. It's, well, what about you? Can you fucking name them all? It doesn't matter if she can or not. The fact is that you don't know a single one, my guy. Whether or not Candace can or cannot name all of them off the top of her head is not relevant. It'll be funny when she can, though.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I can
Okay,
do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not.
No.
That is literally not
Nope. You don't get to pretend that you were right. No, that aggravated murder and that's different.
murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer.
Is explaining why you're wrong on the podcast and on the discussion of the thing you brought up is not her dodging the question.
the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time.
I got it. I got it. Give me
Oof! Oh, your strategy of trying to intimidate people by putting on a time limit doesn't work. You know what? I'm impressed. Good job, Candace. I'm impressed. Well done. I'm assuming that Andrew doesn't think he's capable of counting to 7 without his fingers, and I believe he also thinks so about his own audience.
Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list.
Yeah, he won't let her finish. It is not possible for Andrew to not interrupt her. This is where the moderator should have stepped in on this already. The moderator should have been like, either make your point, Candace, now, or list them out and then make your point about about aggravated murder and murder. It should be one or the other. The moderator should be stepping in and making that clear. He should do that. If I were this moderator, he needs to have mute power, and he should be muting Andrew because he will not let her finish
The charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take
Correct.
you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know. Them.
You're the one delaying, Andrew. Andrew's the one delaying here.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am
well, I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final.
the specific charges, though?
Those
There's
are
none.
specific
Obstruction
charges.
of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay,
Yeah.
and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing
Is fucking Andrews, does he not know what charges are? Is he fucking, how stupid could he possibly be?
you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say
No.
aggravated murder.
No, it's not you're being charged with murder. It's just, you just say aggravated murder. Aggravated murder is a specific charge, you absolute fucking dipshit.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you can't even.
This is like the same thing as saying positive evidence and material evidence. Those are not synonymous. Murder and aggravated murder are not synonymous. They can't just be interchanged on a whim. Words. Specifically legal terminology. This isn't wishy-washy like, oh, well, I used the word theory when I meant hypothesis colloquially. Right? That's not that kind of thing. Again, chastity and celibacy are not the same thing. You can't just use them interchangeably. They mean specific things.
You cannot
Massive-
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
It's the difference between actual malice and colloquial malice. To be malicious is not the same as the legal term actual malice.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And
Right.
I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was
And Saint is correct. Murder isn't an actual charge. It would be a degree of what murder, what kind of murder.
going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do
Valid.
also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes.
Well, it's about like a matter of form, right? There's like different kinds of debate, right? And Candace is ultimately, for the most, I would mostly agree with her. But I do think that there is something to be said about like time, debate jargon, and debate rhetoric specifically. It's the same reason why, like, if you're going through somebody's YouTube video and you start calling out fallacies, right? Those fallacies aren't are educational but not always valid because the person might not be having a debate, right? If you're calling out fallacies on stuff that, or like a Twitter discussion, it might be relevant, it might not be. It really just depends on what you're trying to do, right? Yeah, let me pull up. We've got in the chat, Feline has dropped us a couple of links. Let's take a look here. Let me get these open. We've got, remember, this is specifically Utah that we need to look at, right? So this is the Utah Criminal Code. This is Section 202, aggravated murder and the penalties. This is Utah Title 76, Criminal Code, Chapter 5, offenses against the individual, Part 2, criminal homicide. Section 202, aggravated murder, penalties, affirmative defense, and special mitigation, where it says 765-202, aggravated murder. 1A used in this action, correctional officer means the same as that term as defined in Section 513-104. 2, emergency responder means the same as these terms, and this is just all blah, 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 who we're talking about. I can skip most of that. Weapon of mass destruction means the same as terms defined, defining terms, 2, an actor commits aggravated murder if the actor intentionally or knowingly causes the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. 1, the actor committed homicide while confined in jail or other correctional institution. 2A, the actor committed homicide incident to one act, scheme, course of conduct, or criminal episode during which 2 or more individuals other than the actor were killed. B, the actor during commission of the homicide attempted to kill 1 or more other individuals in addition to the deceased individual. 3, the actor knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual in the deceased individual and the actor. 4, the actor committed homicide, intent to act, scheme, course of conduct, or criminal episode during which the actor committed or attempted to commit aggravated robbery, rape. You notice how aggravated robbery and robbery are listed separately, by the way? Aggravated robbery, rape of a child, object rape of a child, forcible sodomy upon a child, forcible sexual abuse of a child, aggravated sexual abuse of a child, aggravated child abuse, as described in subsection 109.23a, child torture or aggravated sexual assault, aggravated arson, aggravated burglary, aggravated kidnapping or child kidnapping. The actor commits 5. The actor committed homicide incident to one act, scheme, course of conduct, or criminal code during which the actor committed the crime of abuse or desecration of a dead human body, as described in subsection 765-802-2D. You notice how the description of aggravated murder isn't just killing somebody; it's like during these other things with these other caveats and the situational the actor previously committed or was convicted of aggravated murder under this section. Like, you see what I'm talking about? If we pull up the second one, which is Utah, Chapter 5, offenses against the individual, Part 2, criminal homicide, Section 203, murder penalties, right? Predicate offense, right? 2, an actor commits murder if the actor intentionally or knowingly causes the death of another individual intending to cause serious bodily injury to another individual. The actor commits an act clearly dangerous to a human life that causes the death of the other individual. C, acting under circumstances evidencing a depraved indifference to human life. The actor knowingly engaged in conduct that creates a grave risk of death to any individual and thereby causes the death of any individual. D1, the actor is engaged in commission, attempted commission, or immediate flight from the commission of or attempted commission of any predicate offense to an individual other than the party described in section 776-202 is killed in the course of the commission. You see these fucking things. There goes fucking monetization. Yeah, whatever. Sometimes the information is more important than the monetization. You know what I mean? You can support me by becoming a member or subscribing on Twitch or following the stream and sharing it or sending me a super chat. Cool, thanks. It's almost like these things matter and the differences are very important. And the fact that this guy doesn't even know what a single one of the charges is fucking baffling. Like, why is he here?
I make mistakes all the time. Put your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
Yo, this bitch asked one. She was allowed, quote unquote, to ask a single question, and she fucking destroyed him with the one question she was allowed to ask, quote unquote.
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Yep, that she was right.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm.
Yep.
Obstruction of justice.
2 and 4, obstruction of justice.
Which is counts 3 and 4.
Yep.
5 and 6, tampering with a witness. And count 7.
7 violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in
minor.
front of a child.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious.
You're not gonna say, yeah, good job, she got it. You're not even gonna acknowledge that she got all 7 after you were like, you can't do it, you can't do it. God, you're so embarrassing. You're such a loser, man. Victoria sent a super chat for 2. Says, super chat, go buy the tea. Yes.
About if I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
He's such a loser.
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
Oh my god.
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has
Wow.
nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too.
Oh my god, Andrew, now you're triple embarrassed. Holy
Signal.
shit.
Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to.
You don't need to take. I'll take your word for it. You mean the moderator is looking at her phone, dipshit? Unbelievable.
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my
Yeah,
other.
now who's talking conspiracy theories? Yeah, no, right? Yo, okay, can anybody who's like follows me on Twitter or on Blue Sky or whatever, if you guys could do me a solid and if you guys could do me a solid and at me and whoever, like, the fucking dog walked hashtag bitch made. Because that's where we're at here. That's where we're at with this. Unreal. Holy moly. Excuse me, I have to refresh this real quick. My computer just did a thing that it likes to do sometimes. I don't know why it does this now, but it's a thing that it does now. Let me just fix this. Holy shit, dude. Unbelievable. There we go. Should be reset now. Should be good to go. Holy moly. Oh god, it just did it again. What the fuck? I don't know why it's doing that, but I don't think it's gonna play.
The question is about stake.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's so fucking wacky. I don't know what my computer is doing. Oh my god, it's just doing it on repeat now. Okay. Now I'm... Okay. I don't know what's going on, but my computer is like almost refreshing the screens, and when it refreshes the screens, it freezes the capture for going out. So I don't know what this is about. I'll try it one more time. I'm just gonna sit over here while it does it, so hopefully it fucking works. Yeah, I gotta love wind blows. Yeah, you're right. I'm pretty sure this is likely a Windows problem, but I don't know why it's doing that. It only started doing that like a couple of days ago. It's done it one other time during stream, and now it just did it 3 times in a row, so... Oh, it's doing it again. What the fuck? That's crazy. I have no idea why it's doing this. That's 6 times in a row? Yeah, the chat's gonna freeze as well, and I'm like chugging. 7? It's just in a loop of doing this now. I don't know why. I literally can't go on a break or anything because it's now just stuck in a loop. It shouldn't be doing an update in the background. According to my thing, it's not. Give it a second. You guys, don't give me technical advice, please. Yeah, I assure you, I've been doing this. You do. I promise. I've already been doing 8. It's gonna do it again. 9. I'm already opening the task manager. There is nothing else opened that's not supposed to be opened. Where are we at? 2 hours and 50 minutes?
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the
Okay,
buzz around red light therapy
No,
lately.
no. Shush, 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 shush. 2 hours, 50 minutes. We're roughly right about here. I need to reset. See, now that you can see that this is still stuck. Let's fix it. Reset that. Okay. Now I gotta refresh chat. Do. All right. There we go. Okay. See if we're good now.
Actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. You just
Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
all
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too.
Thank you for the stretch.
I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
My back
I
was
don't, I
cracked
don't need
a ton.
to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times.
So
that-
he's not going to acknowledge that he just made an accusation that she was ostensibly cheating for all intents and purposes, and the moderator just confirmed that no, there's nothing there.
I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that
She also clarified this like 2 hours ago.
Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke
See?
to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I
No.
said there is
well,
a receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steak.
Andrew is trying to give a gotcha about something he doesn't know and doesn't understand, and he's just being obstinate.
House.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something about-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline. that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, yeah, but that's your account. You can't just call up random numbers and random people and expect to get their information, Andrew. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking what?
Stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test.
It is definitely not, it is how she's running her timeline, not how a timeline works. But I would also like throw out there that if it is hard evidence, if the guy is like, if the owner of the shop was there and is saying he was there and saw the guy and he's been able to provide a receipt. Now, is it 100% definitive? No, but like Feline is saying, if anybody could do that, Andrew, why don't you do it?
By the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding
So why don't you verify it, since apparently that's just something you could go do?
Me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that
you give? It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
well,
I'm asking,
to make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should.
Yeah, you're asking about her justification of her verification process. She has 3 reasons to think this thing is true enough to put on the timeline. If she's not lying about it being verified when it isn't, then it's not really a problem, and he's just inventing an issue.
If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
under... And then you should
under...
remove it if someone somehow debunks it, but I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the 2 people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually
and the receipt.
all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first...
That's not unreasonable. Do you guys think that that's unreasonable of her? I don't think, if that's the way she's presenting it, I really don't think that's unreasonable. That seems reasonable to me. But then again, at the same time, I'm treating Candace Owens the same way I would treat Game Theory talking about FNAF. Like, it seems fine to me. On the other hand, like, maybe there's an additional issue with the number of people that are following her, and if she's presenting it in like a way that makes it unclear about whether or not some of these things are true, or whether or not they're unverified, or they're partially verified. But it seems like because she doesn't want to get sued. Yeah, right, exactly. She's just keeping herself safe.
First officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got
Trivia.
up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
She's saying you have a double standard, sir.
to the-
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official time?
Official timeline? Yeah, I
This is
clocked
my
that
this is
too.
timeline. I made it at home.
So then
I
would
made
be
it at
official
home.
to your show.
Sure.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, great. So then you're
He's so stupid.
your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
hmm
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even
What?
been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it.
She has 2 pieces of evidence, 3 pieces of evidence. She has 2 testimonies and 1 actual receipt. She hasn't verified one part of this beyond what you believe is should be expected. That doesn't mean it's not enough for her to put it on her timeline that she's presenting as, we think this is likely a thing that happened, here it is, and if it gets debunked later, we'll take it off.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And
Define good evidence, sir.
the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is
And like she's saying, you don't have camera of that screwdriver being found because the camera died. So what's your evidence that the screwdriver wasn't planted?
just like a
This
talking
is so
point they gave
stupid.
you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the
He
charges. of
clearly is, yeah, you weren't even following the charges. Thank you, Candace.
Tyler
Yeah.
Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the.
Bro, you didn't know the difference between aggravated murder and murder at all. If you had said murder, and then she said, actually, it's aggravated murder, and you said, oh, yeah, right, it's aggravated murder, you're right. Then I would believe your stupid incredulity right now, but I don't. You're just an asshole who doesn't know what they're talking about. And again, yeah, Andrew's just interrupting.
charges.
Splitting
You
hairs.
did, no, that's not splitting. It means you didn't
That isn't.
follow.
No, there is a very. These are legal terms, my guy. There's a very big difference. Go ask your attorney. Is there a big difference between aggravated murder and murder?
the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like the
We are watching Andrew in real time, seeing in person Candace Owens, and not listening or imbibing any of the information she's saying, or anything that she's saying at all. So yes, it is very much possible that Andrew sat down live, had the preliminary hearing showing in its entirety, and have him understand, listen, and hear, and understand none of it. That's evidence.
this is like getting literally to the crux.
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out.
Right. She's got a really good point. In Utah, the difference between one of the major differences that is a point of contention as far as she is concerned about whether or not the prosecution is even going to be able to go through with these charges is because aggravated murder has a death sentence to it.
One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
That is meaningless. He's just invented that as a problem. It's not an issue.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
what's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
Yeah, I just don't know what
What's
his
your issue with
issues with my
Yes,
timeline.
and
what's your
what's
issue
the
with that?
problem?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt
Okay.
where Tyler Robinson.
Well, there is a receipt. There is a receipt, period, that has been presented. Whether or not it's been proven that it's Tyler Robinson's definitively could be in question, fine, but there is, in fact, a receipt. So, no. And yeah, that's more than what they have for the screwdriver.
Paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has...
My guy, you knowing a buzz term for what some people are discussing on X, but not knowing the charges is not a fucking gotcha.
only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over.
Okay, so what's the problem with with her timeline? Answer the question.
This is the longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying.
So your contention is that you don't think she should have it on her timeline, and she says, I don't care because it's good enough for me to put there for now? The receipt has a card number that is associated with Tyler. That is more than the screwdriver. It is more than the screwdriver, my guy.
That I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Yeah, no, fair.
That's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, you don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
Yeah, no, she's right. She's 100% right. She's already done more work to verify. Like for most people, under most circumstances, that amount of work and that amount of evidence gathering and verification would be more than enough. More than enough. So I don't know why Andrew is belaboring this.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
Because that's the standard she's using. Actually, because that's the standard Andrew is using to say whether or not something counts as evidence. And so she's like, yeah, I mean, I understand this, and I am an 80. I have 62 IQ.
Who will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you want there. Okay. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay.
There is. There's a receipt and testimony. You don't know what evidence is. All I have learned about Andrew during this discussion is that he doesn't know what evidence is, doesn't really understand logic very well, and doesn't know what a lot of words mean.
Thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
A receipt is hard. What is hard evidence? Is a receipt not hard evidence? It's evidence. You're just claiming it hasn't been verified enough. That doesn't make it not evidence. You fucking idiot.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and it will come back.
Waste our time. Go for it. Hit me.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be
is cursed.
The following on, if you're a Andrew fan, and you still...
If you're an Andrew fan, fuck off. Why are you a fan of this guy?
Are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great.
What arguments? What argument did Andrew make? Can anybody in the chat tell me one argument that Andrew made? I didn't hear him make a single argument. I saw him pull a flurf and just try to poke holes in the other person's position. I didn't hear an argument from him. Did you guys hear an argument from Andrew?
This great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded. Because
oh yes, they're so brave. Good job.
Pre-recorded can do edits. So Whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure
No.
you guys see that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. It said, "Can I talk to Patrick?" We got on the call. You said, "Patrick, can you moderate this?"
The position, Andrew's position on overwhelming evidence was kind of destroyed by Candace in like the first hour. So the first stream I did covered that for the most part. Then they came back from break, said they were starting it again, and then didn't touch on it again really after that. So I don't know what that's about.
And then I said, "Great, let's do this." And so before we wrap up, final
Thanks for being useless, Patrick. You suck.
thoughts. I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
What an asshole.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid.
That's funny. He seems to have said that they didn't even go over the Patsy stuff, and now he's saying that they didn't go over the Patsy stuff. I thought they kind of went over some of the Patsy stuff at the beginning, but whatever.
Piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence
Yes, she did. You just ignored it.
that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA
Yes, she did, and she explained it.
is involved in anything. No positive
Well, no, there was proof of that too.
evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning. You know?
No, that's what you said about you calling Erica Kirk too retarded to kill her own husband. That's not what Candace said. She didn't say it was all fun at all. That's what you said. You don't even know what she said.
No,
This is so
I do
embarrassing.
think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what?
That's
I
not
don't
what
even
she
know if she
said.
had-
That's not what she said. My thing's doing that thing where it's reloading again, so please hold while I reset it. Yeah, I gotta reset again. I just want to get to the end of this. I need to reset chat too. Oh my god! I'm getting angry. My Brave crashed. My browser crashed. It's my browser crashing, guys. It's my browser crashing. Hi, welcome back. Let me fix it. No, that's the thing that's been fucking up, is mostly the browser. Oh my god, it doesn't matter what browser I use, somebody is always fucking upset by it. What do you want me to use then, man? Like, you tell me. The streamer bot ate shit too. Yay! Where was I? Oh, restore. Yeah, restore my pages, please. Thanks. Yahoo!
All right, you guys, you have
We're so close. I just want to be done, man. Andrew's stupid shit-ass opinion about things that didn't happen. So stupid. Alright. Let me reset this now. Gotta love live streaming, am I right? Yeah, listen, Candace wins just because she got $300,000 to do this and didn't destroy her reputation. All she had to do was not fuck up. She performed way better than she even needed to. Okay, there we go.
Is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there.
Oh.
Great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind?
Timeline with unconfirmed evidence, but you know what? It's about Erica Kirk. Yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she
Nah,
has.
no.
I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with
His interpretation is so disingenuous.
unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're
That's not what she said at all. That is a whole misrepresentation. She is using that because that's your standard, not hers.
all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this,
absolutely
more than
not
anything else, was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes,
Oh?
it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever
You're not anything on the case. You haven't demonstrated you know anything about the case at all.
pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None.
You haven't. This dude can't identify evidence if it bit him in the ass.
Zero. And the continuous kind of expression.
All this is doing, his conclusion, all it's doing is proving that Candace is likely correct, that he's just a plant for Turning Point USA to try to undermine Candace's credibility. And all this has done is make her seem more credible. I didn't believe whatever the fuck Candace was talking about in fucking about Charlie Kirk shit. I wasn't even following it. And now I'm like, nah, I think she's got a point.
We're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation?
She didn't build the entire timeline off of this one receipt. That's just one piece that she's already conceded has this evidence and not this other evidence, and they want to get this other evidence. Something being in the process of doesn't mean it's not presentable.
Investigation tries to make these bold claims.
He's doing the Nirvana fallacy, by the way.
That Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows
I really don't think saying that Israel is involved is that bold of a claim. It seems pretty on the nose, if anything.
any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said, my
Oh, that's you.
opening. It's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today?
Yeah, how you think about things does matter in this scenario, but also no.
Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to
Correct.
tell you how to think. But
You're tone policing her, and you're saying she's not allowed to have an opinion.
you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts.
Okay, so what part of what she said wasn't rational? I've asked my chat multiple times, is what she's saying here rational? Is what she's saying here reasonable? And unanimously so far, they're like, yeah, no, what Candace says saying makes sense. I don't necessarily agree with her, but her reasoning is fine.
And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all.
Intuition and dreams are not the same thing. Stop using those interchangeably. They're not the same thing. Intuition is, you can verify that your intuition is correct or not. You can, I guess, verify whether or not your dreams are correct or not. But, no. Absolutely not. This is just whimsical dismissal that he hasn't earned.
I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching.
And Cedar makes a good point. A timeline is just a way to organize things, including items that have not been verified. This shows you where more investigation is needed. Yeah, I don't know what he's expecting.
You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that.
I just think you're stupid, dude. I just think you're a bona fide buffoon. This isn't a matter of guts.
Most likable man. I understand that too.
Yeah, you're kind of just a piece of shit.
But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether...
Or maybe we can say that you were starting to get into it and you took a break and then you, Andrew, jumped into a different line of conversation. So if you wanted to do a more on that, she gave you ample opportunity to do so, and you didn't. And I would like to point out in the first hour and a half of this, Andrew conceded every point she made. And Feline points out, what about the rifle DNA prints being the weakest when it comes to Tyler? How is that not evidence as far as he's concerned? Yeah, they barely talked about the screwdriver, about whether or not the screwdriver was a plant and who planted it and why. What about all the stuff you conceded, Andrew?
Or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing.
What about the reference of it being an explosion or a gunshot and the fact that you don't understand physics? Does that count? Does that count as evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't do it? That because Andrew Wilson doesn't understand fucking physics?
Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy.
He actually thinks this. He actually thinks this. She's gonna blow him out of the water. He's saying nothing. He's just repeating himself over and over. He actually hasn't said anything. He's basically said, nuh-uh, she hasn't said anything this whole 3 hours we've been live. Can you imagine having a whole 3-hour conversation with somebody and then saying at the end they never said anything?
Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious.
I didn't hear her backing away from anything, but okay.
Cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had...
Then why didn't you show any of those clips then, dipshit?
Had nothing. The entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Proof by assertion.
I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the child and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about...
So he keeps moving the goalposts and changing the conversation discussion, yeah?
Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with...
I will give Candace one thing. She does care about this. She does care.
Turning Point USA, and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe...
Hey, Candace, call me next time. I'll be a better moderator.
Can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being.
Her closing is so much more professional, so much more articulate, and actually has something to say compared to him just saying, "Nuh-uh, she sucks."
Being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he.
She's being pleasant to the moderator. I bet she has other feelings about that afterwards or on a rewatch.
He wanted.
Yeah, she's precise.
Which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I will let.
But yeah, but at least Andrew isn't a
the
woman.
Audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won.
Fair from both of you. Thanks, moderator. Yeah,
Again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible.
Okay, I don't care. I'm going to move over. All right, so I don't care about the last little bit of what the moderator has to say because I thought he was basically useless. Yeah, shucks, that Charlie guy. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I've talked about Charlie Kirk before. I've talked about his points and his arguments. I think he's trash. Or at least his opinions are trash. I don't think I don't suspect he was particularly a good person. I didn't know him. Candace had a good showing. Candace came off as professional. She came off like she knew what she was talking about. She came off as if she was prepared, and she came off as earnest. I think Candace is a grifter, but I don't think she's grifting this. I think this is something that she does care about, and it is something that she is suspicious of, and is something that she does want to get to the bottom of. And I think that's a fair and legitimate thing for her to want to do, and she's using the skills that makes her decent at grifting, is making her good at this. I think Andrew embarrassed himself multiple times, like over and over and over again. And I like, he didn't have a good showing. His debate skills were not even less than lackluster. They were terrible. He had no clue what he was doing, no clue what he was saying. He wasn't listening to anything that was going on. Especially blatant in this kind of like discussion conversation. Does Andrew have this on his own channel? Like, did he mirror this stream on his own channel? I don't know. I can go find out. Let me look. So Candace has it on her channel. Oh, it looks like Hassan did it did his own video on it that's 40 minutes long. This is Candace Owens cooks Andrew Wilson and Charlie Kirk debate. Yeah. His channel is called The Crucible, right? The aftermath of the Candace Owens Andrew Wilson debate is interesting. Oh, I'm kind of curious about that. That's a YouTube short. I don't care about it. If it wasn't a short, I might watch it. Hilarious debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. There are parts about this that were funny. Very much. What really happened? Reaction to Candace Owens versus Andrew debate. On the PVD podcast. Interesting. Oh my god, live reaction, Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, The Great Debate by Steven Crowder. My god, do we want to watch what Steven Crowder thought about this? Oh no, I probably don't. But that sounds really funny. I don't like Steven Crowder. He's a useless piece of shit. But that could be watching fucking no. my fucking you have bad ideas devil on my shoulder is like, let's watch Steven Crowder. Obligatory fuck Zionism. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Candace did a good job. I would have to watch her content, like specifically about this Charlie Kirk situation to make a definitive whether or not I believe her. I think there are some problems with some of her inferences. I think there are some problems with some of her I think she's jumping to a couple of conclusions about her overall situation, but I'd have to watch the videos in more detail to know for sure. But she won that debate handedly. Like in the debate itself, she gave next to no quarter and then just did nothing but bonk fucking Andrew Wilson over and over and over again. He was ill prepared. He didn't know what he was talking about. He doesn't know what words mean. He got caught in his own like rhetorical traps multiple times. Jesus Christ. What an embarrassment. Did he claim that he fucking won this debate after the fact? Unreal. Unbelievable. All right, so Andrew Pickles Wilson versus Erica Kirk debate is even funnier. This was his smoking gun evidence. So let me just bring us on over here. This is only 30 seconds long, so let's see what this is. This is the text messages that he pulled up, right?
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
That's what he said at the beginning of the debate. That was like his, ooh, my big fancy text message. Okay.
That was a message sent September 9th.
Unverified, that he claims that he allegedly got from Turning Point USA.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Charlie responded with this.
So Erica Kirk is claiming that, like, beforehand, before this debate that Andrew was in, that Charlie Kirk was not sending messages like the one that Andrew unverifiably showed and refused to give Candace to verify them. Oh no, that was just tongue in cheek, obviously. Holy moly. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, this guy. Fuck, Andrew sucks. Andrew, never do this again. Candace, enjoy your $300,000. You deserve it. $300,000 should now be the standard for anybody going to talk to fucking going to talk to Andrew Wilson. I guess my conclusion is this.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Oh my god. Alright, well, thanks so much for joining me. I'm gonna get on out of here. We've been live long enough. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back more later. If you actually want me to watch Steven Crowder's video on this, I might be willing to do that. But you guys gotta let me know. Otherwise I might not. Okay, I'm leaving. I need to go wash my mind out with soap. Holy shit. Bye!
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. God have mercy on your soul.
I actually cannot believe that this guy said that, oh, it's just that's what I think about all women. As if it didn't absolutely fucking destroy everything that he had said and his entire fucking argument totally unironically. Unfucking believable.